có thể là ông không có hiểu rõ, tại vì có một người thông dịch thì nhiều khi ông hiểu lầm.
Are you sure you want to fight the warrant? If you contest, I mean, if you agree to be transported to Texas, they have to pick you up within 30 days, and you see a judge in Colorado who will release you or give you a bond once you get there.
Là quan tòa muốn hỏi là ông có chắc chắn là ông muốn tranh cãi không? Tại vì nếu mà không á, thì ông có thể đi Texas, tiểu bang Texas, rồi sau khi đó ông có thể đi Colorado, và có thể đó thì họ có trái phiếu và ông có thể được ra được.
Okay. It's Colorado, not Texas. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I heard you say Texas and then you say Colorado. So then, ông có thể trở lại về Colorado và ở nơi đó ông có thể trả tiền trái phiếu tòa án.
I'm giving you one last chance to see if you want to waive before you're going to be locked up for a while here.
Thì bây giờ là quan tòa đang cho một lần nữa coi xem nếu mà ông có muốn từ bỏ cái sự dẫn độ lãnh bắt giữ không, hay là sao, hay là ngồi trong tù.
Tôi muốn cái điều mà nhanh hơn.
I want the way that's faster.
The fastest way out is a waiver. We try and get you out of here within 15 days. The most we can hold you is 30 days.
Cái điều mà lẹ nhất á, là ông từ bỏ cái điều dẫn độ, là có thể là ông được ra tù 15 ngày, quá nhất á, là 30 ngày.
Được.
So that's a smart choice, sir. All right, so waiver, no bond. Reset May 15th to see if he gets picked up by Colorado.
Và bây giờ sẽ hẹn lại là ngày 15 tháng 5 để coi xem nếu mà Colorado, tiểu bang, họ sẽ lãnh ông không.
It's May 13th, is 15 days.
Là ngày 13 tháng 5.
But sir, please sign the waiver paperwork they're going to give you at the jail. It just means you agree to be transported to Colorado.
Thì bây giờ xin ông ký giấy tờ ở lúc mà ông trở lại tù, là ý nghĩa là ông đồng ý để cho họ chở ông lại về Colorado.
Okay, have a nice day, sir. Thank you.
Dạ, vậy xin chào ông.
Thank you, Madam Interpreter.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
What next is Courtney? And Thaddeus Terrell is a quash, so is Rodney Bruton.
And next to your attorney.
Good morning, Ms. Blake. Ma'am, you have an arrest warrant. It is from Texas. The warrant was issued February 24th of 2025. The charge is felony criminal mischief. There is no bond on the warrant. I need you to tell me if you want to waive or contest extradition. I know you live in Texas. You went on a cruise and you're going back. You still have a warrant. So if you waive extradition, it's the quickest way out of this jail. Texas has up to 30 days to come and pick you up. If they don't get you within 30 days, you get released. The other choice is to contest extradition, which means you want to fight the warrant. You're not fighting the charges. It's just a piece of paper that says you're wanted in Texas, and a lawyer would be appointed for you if you cannot afford one, and your lawyer will be able to challenge the legal sufficiency of a governor's warrant, but you're here 90 days. So what would you like to do, waive or contest?
No way.
Smart choice to get out of here quicker. Waiver that date will be May 13th to make sure she's picked up. Please make sure you sign the waiver paperwork at the jail. It just means you agree to be transported there. And if they don't pick you up within 30 days, I'll have a nice day.
And I understand I waived, but I got arrested on a cruise ship. I left my autistic daughter in the care of somebody, and I don't know what's going on with my child.
Who'd you leave your child? Just
in the care of a family friend while we went on a cruise, and I got arrested off the cruise. Like, my daughter's autistic, like she's on medication, she got school.
In Texas, you mean?
In Texas, yes, ma'am.
All right, Miss Rogers, you want to reach out to them and see if they want to agree to her being released? She has how old's your child?
She's 7, she'll be 8 May 1st.
She has a young child who is autistic and takes medication. Do they agree to a bond? Do you have money for a bond? If they usually agree to it.
If they set a bond, yes, ma'am.
Can you find out?
I can find out.
I'll set the case in the afternoon and see if they'll agree. I don't know if they're going to agree. And I've heard too many times letting people out, so I'm not inclined to let you out. I get lied to, and I believe that just takes one.
I can prove anything I'm telling, I promise.
Where is your child right now?
She's in Texas, Dallas, Texas. I'm sorry, I'm trying to.
And you live in Texas? So is the address on the arrest affidavit where you live?
Yes, ma'am.
It says Frisco, Texas. Is that
Yes,
your?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. I
So
don't know,
my daughter's in Plano with a family friend right now.
but I don't know where McCollum, Texas is. That's not the main county we deal with. You have to reach out.
I want to see what happens. Talk to my daughter. I'm just.
I'll reset it for the afternoon if you're able to report back, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And make sure to sign the waiver paperwork at the jail. Let them know she waived too. Thank you. Next is Fred Steele. Mr. Steele here.
Coming up, Your Honor.
Mr. Steele's present.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested on a warrant from Tennessee. The arrest warrant was issued April 14th of 2025, and the charge says criminal attempted second-degree murder. It's a felony. So there is no bond on this charge. I need you to tell me if you want to waive or contest extradition. Waiver's the quickest way out of this jail. Tennessee would have up to 30 days to pick you up. If they don't get you within 30 days, you get released. The other choice is to contest extradition, which means you want to fight the warrant. You are not,
Tennessee's supposed to be rescheduling my stuff, ma'am.
pardon me?
I mean, Tennessee's supposed to be rescheduling my stuff. That's why I told them 2 weeks in advance when I was up here that I was supposed to be making it to court when y'all had me scheduled for the same date.
It's not me.
And I was supposed to be getting to trial. That's what I explained to the deputy at first, but 2 weeks before it was time for my court date. You all didn't get me down there for them to issue a warrant for me. That's on you all's part, not mine. Because I was supposed to be in court because that is a trial. And I explained that to them when I came in here on a trespassing charge, ma'am. I came up here just to visit for 3 days and go home.
You know what
So
happens?
y'all caused all of this. So as a United States, y'all need to get over there and fix it. Because this is something that caused my mom to a pass and everything.
Oh my
And
goodness.
this lady bit me. This police officer bit me. This woman attacked me inside of a store that I was already working at. And with me working at this store, the judge down there, they wanted to try to act like that I had done something to this woman. I had never put my hands on this lady. I've been beat. It's cost my mom out of here and everything.
I hate to
I know
interrupt.
don't nobody care about it, ma'am, because that's how my mom had a heart attack that day. I have never been in any trouble. I have a clean record. I don't know what's wrong with this country or what you all are on, but y'all need to get y'all stuff together because, baby, I have been living out here for 50 years almost, and I've never seen nothing this crazy. And now when I got up here, I came up here just to visit because that court date was about 2 weeks away. They had already stressed me out down there before I come up here. I had to argue with Greyhound about my ticket. The same thing. I don't know what's wrong with you all people. They thought they was going to take my return and then I was not going to be able to get out here to Florida. Now I get out here, the police harassing me out of the 3 days I've been here, which what you have on the docket that say they had already stopped me, warning me where I'm at the beach. That's where I came to Miami Beach.
Yeah, you can't sleep
That's what I was booked for. I had a seizure, ma'am, so I had to sit down because the pain run through my leg. That's all I was doing. Till the beach open up.
So do you
Open
want
up about 9 o'clock. My paper says 8:30 or 8:45, which is 9.
Thanks, Miss Corey. Hey, listen, I gotta big calendar, so just treat it as a contest and you'll talk to Miss Corey.
No, she might.
In
Judge,
Florida
if
and
we can
Texas,
just do
and I
a
was
contest,
already here.
appoint our officers.
They was
and
supposed to be
I'll
rescheduling
spend
my
lots
son.
of time with them to figure it out. Thank you.
Bond reset in 30 days for May 28th. Have a nice day, sir. Next we have is Brian McQueen. I don't see him on Zoom. Is that Mr. McQueen? There he is. Hi, Mr. McQueen.
Metro Rush 2, Your Honor.
Doing, sir. We have locals pending. The next court date is May 6th. No, May 5th. Cinco de Mayo. We're going to reset this case May 6th to see who's that. Okay. See you on May 6th. Have a good day.
Wait, can you repeat that real fast? I couldn't hear you.
Of course. So you have a Miami case pending. It's the next court date is May 5th. We're going to set extradition warrant for May 6th to see if your Miami case is closed out.
All right. Is there any way I can get in contact with my attorney to see what's going on with my Miami case?
Use the free phone at the jail to call the public defender's office. What I think you're waiting for is to see if the state's filing formal charges, what's called an. So they're waiting to see if the state files an information or no actions the case. So that's, I don't know if the PD is gonna have much information, but you can use the free phone at the jail to find out. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next case is Brian. Both cases reset May 6th. Then we have Dominic Gianfermo. Where's he at?
He should be on Zoom from pretrial detention center.
Oh boy, I don't see him. Is that my California warrant? No. Oh boy.
I have on the card that he's reset for 5/12/25.
They needed a 4-day reset, you said?
Yes, Your Honor. Reset for, you're gonna pick up by the 16th.
Reset May 19th. If you have them, we'll let you know. Got it? Oh, that's it. That was a long calendar. Now I got an even extra longer in-state warrant. Andrew Carusa, he's at Metro West 3. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
An arrest warrant from Broward County. The warrant was issued June 12th of 2024. Not in custody case for grand theft. Your total bond is $2,500. I will appoint the public defender's office.
Mr. Causa was here
Yeah.
April 21st. I'm not sure why he's on calendar today.
Oh, we got the three warrants, Broward, Indian River, and Sarasota, right? One of them had.
Yes, that's what he had on the 21st.
See here, what's the, oh, we didn't set the bond on one, right? Because he has no money?
Corrections, the Indian River warrant was, that's no bond, correct?
Yes, correct.
Oh, okay. When do you want, why is he on calendar? It should be set when? May what?
It should be.
It was set for 5/6.
Yes.
So leave it on for 5/6 and see if it gets picked up. Please make sure one of the counties is notified, at least Broward.
And corrections, I don't think there's a pending warrant for Broward anymore. I seen it that there was no pending warrant, so I think he's waiting for Indian River or Sarasota.
Can you make sure Indian River tried to get him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
So, Your Honor, I just have a warrant from Indian River and Sarasota, right?
Yeah.
And I have no bond on each one?
I think it was Indian River.
Excuse me?
Indian River? Let me see.
Because I bonded out from Indian River, ma'am, and they say I caught a new case in Miami, but it's a case before I bonded out. I don't understand why I have a warrant.
I think your bondsman recalled the bond.
So do I have to get in contact with the bondsman or the public defender office, miss?
You can reach out to the bondsman, but at this point, I think they've recalled the bond from what the website looks like from the clerk's office.
So I have to repost the bond?
You can, but if Sarasota's no bond, it'd probably be better off to go to Sarasota, because if you're bonding out on Indian River, but you're still sitting around in Sarasota, you're gonna miss your Indian River court case and you'll get no bond. So
Okay, so, am I gonna go to Sarasota first, or do you guys not know that?
we won't know that. It'll be whoever picks you up first between the two.
And what's the last day they have to come get me?
We set May 6th, but I usually give them 30 days. Can you just make sure Indian River or Sarasota is notified to come and get them, please? All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah, I don't see that the Broward was
Withdrawn?
withdrawn.
I don't see a pending warrant in that case. The corrections warrants may want to call over to Broward Sheriff just to confirm.
Ma'am,
They
I
don't want him.
posted my,
He
I
didn't get
posted
picked
my,
up last week anyway, so I'm assuming that Broward didn't want him if they didn't come pick him up last week.
well, ma'am, I posted my bond in Broward and I had court, but I haven't been released. I've been in custody, so how am I gonna go to court? So I think that's why they put the warrant, but they didn't realize I was still in custody.
I don't know, but you keep talking and you're confusing me. Maybe he posted a bond on a Broward, that's why they didn't pick him up on it.
Well, on the card I have, he posted the bond on his locals, but I don't see the Broward one.
So can you call over to confirm the warrant? You want me to set it in the afternoon to verify that we know who's picking him up? Do I need to do that, corrections?
No, Your Honor, we can, let me
follow
find
up?
them. Yes.
Okay, all right. Hopefully it'll be transported by May 6th, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Lazaro Morales is next. He's at West 4. Do you speak English, sir? Habla inglés?
Spanish.
Spanish, please. Sir, you have an arrest warrant from Broward County. The warrant was issued April 3rd of 2024.
Buenos días, señor. Usted tiene una orden de arresto del condado Broward. La orden fue emitida el 3 de abril 2024.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you on the warrant.
Voy a asignar la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente por la orden de arresto.
The charge is operating without a valid driver's license and your bond is $250.
El cargo es por operar por manejar sin una licencia de conducir válida y la fianza es de $250.
Your Honor, he has a hold for immigration.
Señoría, tiene una orden de detención de inmigración.
So if you post the bond, immigration's going to have, I think, 48 hours to come and get you, and you may miss court. So you may want to wait to Broward till you get to Broward to post your bond.
Si paga la fianza, inmigración tiene 48 horas para venir a buscarlo, así que perdería su audiencia. Entonces pienso que es mejor que espere a que lo lleven a Broward y resolver el asunto con Broward.
Your case is reset here for May 13th to make sure you're transported to Broward or posted a bond. And Broward usually comes once a week. You shouldn't have to wait that long.
Su caso queda reprogramado para acá el 13 de mayo para asegurarse si ya lo llevaron a Broward o no. Broward generalmente viene una vez a la semana a buscar.
Have a nice day.
Que tenga buen día.
Gracias, muy amable, señora.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Next.
you.
You're welcome. Jerry Acevedo is next. He's at Metro West. Was that 5? Good morning, Mr. Acevedo. Do you speak English?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You have a warrant from Brevard County, Florida. The warrant was issued February 28th of 2024 for violation of probation. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Unfortunately, there's no bond. You will have to wait up to 15 days for Brevard County to pick you up. The reset date here is May 13th to make sure you are transported. Have a good day, sir.
Yes, ma'am, you as well.
Sir. Raimundo Frias Lopez. Is he a TGK?
He should be on Zoom from Metro West.
I don't really see him.
Your Honor, he was in medical. We couldn't get him. He was in medical.
Okay, do you want me to reset it for tomorrow, Ms. Corey? Appoint the public defender's office please, for Mr. Frias Lopez. And I'll reset it tomorrow. Okay, then there is Wendy Martinez Blanco.
Spanish, please.
TGK video. Good morning, Mr. Martinez Blanco. You were from Leon County, Florida. The warrant was issued May 30th of 2024.
Buenos días. Usted tiene una orden de arresto emitida por el condado León, el 30 de mayo de 2024.
The charge is failure to appear for no valid driver's license and there's no bond on the warrant.
El cargo es por no comparecencia, por un cargo por no tener licencia de conducir válida y no hay una fianza establecida.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Le asigno la oficina de los defensores públicos para que lo represente.
So you're going to have to wait up to 15 days for Leon County to come pick you up. The reset date is May 13th to make sure you are transported there.
Tiene que esperar 15 días para que el Leon County lo venga a buscar, así que la próxima audiencia es para el 13 de mayo para ver si ya lo vinieron a recoger.
And it's for failure to appear for no valid driver's license, so you have to wait.
Es por no comparecencia, por no tener una licencia de conducir válida, señor, así que tiene que esperar.
Have a nice day, sir.
Que tenga buen día, señor.
Right now we have Dwayne Heron on Metro West 8. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
We have an arrest warrant from Broward County that was issued on April 25th of 2025. It says violation of probation. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Unfortunately, there is no bond on the warrant, and Broward has up to 15 days to pick you up. The reset date is May 13th. Broward usually comes once a week. You shouldn't have to wait that long. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I've been in custody for, I believe, 4 days now. Does that count towards my 15 days?
Unfortunately, no, but Broward usually comes once a week. So you
Okay.
should come this week. You shouldn't have to wait that long. Have a
Okay.
good reset May 13th.
Thank you.
Sir. Next is, let's see, we have Rodolfo Martinez Zayas. Sir, you have an arrest warrant from Brevard County, Florida. The warrant was issued on April 22nd of 2025 for uttering forged bills, checks, drafts, or notes. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Your bond is $2,500. If you're able to post a $2,500 bond, you can get out of jail. If you don't have money for a bond, you will have to wait up to 15 days for Brevard County to pick you up. The reset date here is May 13th to make sure you are transported or have a good day, sir. Thank you. Now we have Lothario Oliver. Good morning, Mr. Oliver. You have an arrest warrant in Hillsborough County, Florida. The warrant was issued on March 7th of 2025 for violation of probation. So I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Unfortunately, there is no bond on the warrant. You're going to have to wait up to 15 days for Hillsborough County to pick you up. Your case is reset here for May 13th to make sure you are transported there. Have a good day, sir.
You have a great.
Thank you. There's one. Then we have Trinidad Cruz. Good morning, Mr. Cruz. You have an arrest warrant from Broward County. The warrant was issued September 25th of 2017 for possession of a controlled substance. It says THC and cannabis. So I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Unfortunately, there's no bond since you missed court there. So you're going to have to wait up to 15 days for Broward County to pick you up. The reset date is May 13th to make sure you are transported. They usually come here once a week. You shouldn't have to wait that long. Okay. Have a nice day, sir. Thank you. Next warrant is Creed Sharp. Good morning, Mr. Sharp. You have an arrest warrant. It's from Broward County. The warrant was issued April 16th of 2025 for violation of pretrial services. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Unfortunately, there's no bond on the warrant. You'll have to wait up to 15 days for Broward County to pick you up. So it's the case is reset here May 13th to make sure you are transported there. But Broward usually comes once a week. Should hopefully go sometime this week. All right, reset May 13th. Have a nice day. Correction, do you want yours first or the private lawyer?
We have the hospital here. Number 37, Mr. Nellis Cliff. He is on page 12, whenever you're ready.
I'm ready right now.
One.
What was this defendant's name that we're calling up?
This is Mr. Nelly Cliff. He is on page 12, number 37.
Thank you.
Somebody pulled them already. Not here. 1 second, because I think when we pulled it, we gotta find it. There it is. Edward Nellicliff. Thank you. Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm all right.
Is his mother in court as well? Good morning, ma'am. You're welcome to come to the podium if you like. You can stand up. Your mother's here in court. So, sir, you were arrested for trafficking in fentanyl, 2 counts of possession with intent to sell cocaine within 1,000 feet of a church or convenience store, and sale of fentanyl within 1,000 feet of a school. So this is from April 25th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Mr. Nellicliff, please do not make any statements or comments about what happened while we're here in court today, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
They can even see it. It just comes in and out.
So he had a container with 72 capsules. Let's see. It's near a school and a church. So we have
School and church.
Miss Corey, anything you want to argue?
Yes, Judge, there's no weight.
There's no weight. You have 11 capsules of fentanyl. I don't know. You want to bring in your officer for a probable cause hearing?
Yes, Judge. Might as well.
He's charged with trafficking in fentanyl and possession with intent to sell. It looks like it maybe just be possession with intent to sell. Okay. Reset for probable cause hearing. What was weight of fentanyl? Now, so we're going to set the case in the afternoon. We're going to set his case in the afternoon. There's no probable cause for trafficking in fentanyl, so the state can bring in the officer to see what's going on. Let me see something. Isn't it more than 28 to 48 hours? Well, it will be a 2.
The rest was, yes. Actually, today's the 28th. He was arrested on the 25th. So it is, Judge.
Yeah, I think it's more than 48 hours. Did he only see a judge 1 time or 2 times? Huh? Oh, he was in a hospital. That's the delay.
Yeah, since he came in, he's been awarding.
There still needs to be a probable cause finding. It hasn't been done yet, Judge.
You're absolutely correct. So there's violation of 48-hour rule. I guess Judge James did not make a probable cause finding because I don't see it on here. Well, he works here in the building, you should know. He's a good judge, so he should. Anyway,
So I would ask that you release Mr. Nellicliff outright, Judge.
no, I'm not doing that. I'll find probable cause for possession with intent to sell. Let me see.
Judge, if there hasn't been a probable cause hearing or probable cause finding, and it's already past the 48 hours.
Let me see. My arithmetic here and see. Okay, he was arrested April 25th at 2 something. He didn't see a judge on the 26th, and he should have. Did he see a judge on the 26th?
On the card I have on 427, he will reset for 428. That's all I have.
That's because he was in the hospital. He didn't see a judge.
Yes.
Judge, the judge still needs to make a probable cause finding. It doesn't mean that they don't make a probable cause finding. It's still a responsibility. Pardon?
He wasn't on the calendar on Saturday because he wasn't in the he was in the hospital. That's the problem. So that's not a delay attributable to the state. They would be entitled to a probable cause hearing.
Well, Judge, there has to be a probable cause finding within 48 hours of his arrest. It doesn't have to be attributable to the state. He just needs to, it has to have happened and it was not done.
Okay, Mr. Glickfield, what do you want to say?
I believe that that 48-hour timer should reasonably start from the point where he could be in front of a judge and have his probable cause appointment, which apparently was not happening on Saturday due to whatever issue has him in the hospital. So that reasonably the 48 hours would start from Sunday.
You know, he was booked 4/26/25 at 23:28, and he was on the calendar on the 27th. That's when he was reset to 4/28.
What time was he booked?
At 23:28, 4/26/25.
23:28. Yeah.
If we don't have time in the afternoon.
The rule says arrest. It's not from booking. It's from arrest.
That's when he's arrested, at the time he's booked in. So 4:20.
No, Judge, the time of arrest is what's on the arrest form, Judge.
No, that's the incident. They made a
So
mistake.
if the police keep him at the police station for 2 or 3 days interrogating, there's still no probable cause finding, and that's why they have to have a probable cause finding within 48 hours, not of the time they're arrested.
Well, the
From
time they have on the
not
arrest
from the
form
time
saying
of booking.
4/25 is that's the time the crime occurred, not the time he was arrested at. The day he was arrested shows in the bottom middle where it says this 26th day of April 2025. That's when he was arrested.
If you look at the arrest affidavit, it says the form arrest date 4/25/25 and arrest time 14:20. So that's 2:20 in the afternoon. Ms. Corey's right. So I guess that would be a violation of the rule if he wasn't brought before a judge. So the officer may have filled out the form wrong. They're telling me he wasn't booked until 23:20. That means I still don't know why he wasn't put on calendar for the 27th, the 26th, I mean. He should have been put on the calendar the 26th.
Because of the time that he came in, that he was booked, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Corey, I'm going to deny your request and maybe your office will take it up on appeal. I'm not asking for reverse, but I wouldn't mind if I am, if it means the right result comes out for your clients, okay?
Judge, still at this point, the judge yesterday did not make a probable cause finding when it was before the court yesterday.
That's a good point. He should have made one yesterday and he didn't. That would have told any issue. The fact that Judge James was here and did not make a probable cause finding is a problem. On that basis, I think we're past the 48 hours because you don't have the extension of time. All right, that's the case. I'm going to release him outright. State failed to bring him before court make a probable cause finding within 48 hours, so it's a violation of the 48-hour rule. And I'm going to release him on his own recognizance on counts 1 through 4.
So it's release outright?
No, release ROR. I'm not doing a release outright.
Well, Judge, if there's no probable cause finding, it would be a release outright.
I guess you got a good point there. Okay. Counts 1 through 4, release outright. Okay.
Mr. Nellicliff?
Yes.
You should be able to use the phones probably by the end of the day or tomorrow. Please contact the public defender's office and speak to your assigned attorney about your case, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You should have court in about 1 month from the 25th.
Can you get the address for my mom to send the paperwork to?
If your mom, actually, if your mom calls the public defender's office and gives us your address and contact information, we'll be able to go ahead and send information to you, okay?
I can give it to you now if you like.
Okay.
530 Northwest 106th Street.
Apartment or house?
It's a house.
And it's Miami, right?
Miami, Florida 3. I forget the zip code. We just moved in.
Okay.
This is
Thank you, sir.
Problem.
all I need. Can you copy the A form for me? No, that's 1 second. Okay, have a nice day. Thank you, ma'am. So because the state violated the 48-hour rule to make a finding of probable cause by a court, and I don't know, they'll get released eventually from the hospital, and make sure he keeps all future court dates. Stay out of trouble, sir. Have a good day.
You too.
Jackson Hospital. Do you know your mother's phone number? Do you need her phone number to call her?
My mom,
Yeah,
I have it.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Edward. I gotta call the correction cases first. Edwin Meza Correa, page 4. There's only a few. Then I'll call the private lawyers. You want me to do the private lawyers first or the rest of corrections?
Corrections. Mesa Correa needs a whole, has a hold for immigration.
Okay,
It's going to DV court at 11.
thank you. I need the video to put on TGK, please. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for domestic battery by strangulation, battery, and resisting an officer without violence. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Can you please interpret?
Señor, usted tiene acusación por agresión doméstica con estrangulamiento. Se le va a asignar la oficina de los defensores públicos para que lo represente.
All right, so I don't see probable cause for domestic battery by strangulation. Let's reset it for the afternoon for the probable cause hearing.
No veo causa justificada para el de agresión doméstica con estrangulamiento, así que lo vamos a reprogramar para la tarde.
He was choking the victim with both hands, covering her mouth, but it doesn't mention the victim's airway was restricted.
Estaba ahorcando a la víctima con ambas manos tapándole la boca, pero no dice nada de que las vías de respiración estuvieran obstruidas.
So there's only probable cause for battery in resisting an officer without violence.
Entonces vamos con causa justificada por agresión y resistirse al oficial sin violencia.
Sir, you were ordered to stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are LM.
Señor, se le ordena permanecer alejado de la víctima cuyas iniciales son LM.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima ni directo ni indirecto, ni por escrito, en persona, por teléfono, ni a través de terceras personas.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima a través de medios sociales o cualquier otro medio electrónico.
You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times.
Tiene que permanecer alejado por lo menos 500 pies de la víctima, su lugar de trabajo, escuela.
Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
No puede involucrarse en actividades delictivas ni utilizar y consumir drogas o poseer.
Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
No puede utilizar, comprar o poseer un arma o municiones.
Must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Si tiene algún arma, munición o permiso para porte de arma, tiene que entregarlo inmediatamente a la estación de policía más cercana.
And you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail.
Puede regresar una sola vez a la casa de la víctima en un periodo de 48 horas desde el momento de ser liberado de la cárcel.
You must be accompanied by a police officer.
Debe estar acompañado de un oficial de policía.
That you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools.
Y puede retirar su ropa, artículos de salud, artículos personales, herramientas de trabajo.
If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested.
Si usted va a la casa de la víctima sin la policía permanece ahí, va a ser arrestado.
Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
¿Entiende la orden de alejamiento?
No.
Understand.
Okay, I'm resetting your case in the afternoon as to the probable cause for count 1 to battery by strangulation. So we'll see you then.
Estamos reprogramando su caso para la tarde, el cargo 1 de agresión con estrangulamiento. Lo vemos.
Okay, next we have is Yosvani Sierra Hernandez, page 5.
He has a fugitive hold from Pasco County and for $50,013. And he also has a misdemeanor battery DV related that he's going to at 11.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested. Do you speak English?
No.
Spanish, please. Sir, you have 2 cases. One is from April 26, burglary to an unoccupied dwelling, possession of crack cocaine, criminal mischief, and possession of drug paraphernalia.
Tiene varias acusaciones de abril de 2026 por invasión a una propiedad desocupada, posesión de cocaína, crack y posesión de parafernalia de drogas.
So I will appoint the public. Oh, you have a second case where you're charged by arrest warrant with written threats to kill or do bodily injury and unlawful use of a communications device.
Y tiene un segundo cargo, es un arresto por amenazar con hacer daño o asesinar y por utilizar un artículo de comunicación doble.
So public defender's office is appointed for you for both cases.
Tiene la Defensoría Pública asignada para ambos casos.
Judge, Mr. Sierra Hernandez indicates he has an attorney.
Oh.
No son delincuentes.
¿Perdón?
What's the name of your
¿Cuál es el nombre de su abogado?
Adolfo Gil, no está aquí hoy.
Okay.
Adolfo Hill, he's not here today.
Ya no soy delincuente.
So, sir, give me a minute or two. We're going to try and reach your lawyer to come to court. Also, while you're here, I'm entering a stay away order from the Aloft Hotel at 2524 Lejeune Road in Coral Gables.
Y espérese, mientras esté aquí, vamos a tratar de contactar a su abogado y también tenemos una orden de alejamiento del hotel Aloft en el 2524 Lejeune Road de Coral Gables.
Okay.
You're not allowed to go to that location, that hotel, and you must stay out of there.
No puede acercarse a la localidad de ese hotel, tiene que mantenerse alejado de ahí.
Sí, pero ¿por qué, jefecita, si ellos no son delincuentes?
Why, ma'am, I'm not a criminal.
Well, it says here you broke into a hotel room, you damaged the safe, you had some crack cocaine on you, and some drug paraphernalia also.
Bueno, aquí dice que usted entró a una de las habitaciones, dañó la caja de seguridad, hizo daños en la habitación, tenía cocaína en crack, tenía parafernalia de drogas también.
And sir, you're also presumed not guilty. Let's get your lawyer here to represent you, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Y señor, usted puede declararse no culpable. Estamos buscando, localizando a su abogado para tenerlo aquí en unos minutos.
No, es que mi abogado, para tal parece mi abogado no está aquí hoy, porque es que él no sabía.
My attorney is not here today because he was not aware.
No, my bailiff went to go call him now.
Mi alguacil fue a buscarlo.
¿Hasta aquí? No sabía.
Oh, he's here? I didn't know.
No, to come in, so go have a seat.
Okay, tome asiento que ya lo fueron a buscar.
Next we have Alcides Romero Franco, page 11.
defense, please.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for 3 counts of child neglect. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Buenos días, señor. Usted ha sido arrestado por 3 cargos de negligencia infantil. Voy a asignarle los abogados de oficio para que lo representen.
There's probable cause for the charge. He left his 3 children unattended at the train station, and he's passed out drunk, and the kids are running around. Missed their train to go home to the mom.
Existe causa justificada para los cargos. Tenía a los 3 niños sin atención en una estación de trenes. Estaba de ebrio a punto de desmayo y los niños no los puedo llevar con su madre.
He also has an open bench warrant too.
Y también tiene una orden de detención.
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the 3 children whose initials are MR, AR, and KR.
Señor, se le ordena permanecer alejado de los 3 niños cuyas iniciales son MR, AR y KR.
No contact with the victims, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto directo o indirecto con la víctima, ni en persona, ni por escrito, ni por teléfono, ni por terceras personas.
No contact with the victims through social media or other electronic means.
No puede tener contacto con las víctimas por medios sociales ni cualquier otro medio electrónico.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their home and school at all times.
Y debe permanecerse alejado de las víctimas por lo menos 500 pies o de su casa o de la escuela en todo momento.
Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
No puede involucrarse en actividades delictivas ni poseer o consumir drogas.
Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
No puede utilizar, poseer o comprar ninguna arma o municiones.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Debe entregar cualquier arma, munición o permiso de porte de arma que tenga a la estación de policía más cercana y mostrar recibo al tribunal.
And also, in the event there's an open case in dependency court arising from the same set of facts and events as this case.
En caso de que hubiese algún caso de dependencia como resultado de este caso en el tribunal de dependencia de menores,
then any and all orders entered in dependency court regarding your contact, visitation, and custody shall supersede or replace this court's order.
cualquier orden en cuanto a contacto que sea emitida en ese tribunal de dependencia va a sobreponerse a cualquier orden emitida aquí.
You understand the stay away order, sir?
¿Entiende la orden de alejamiento, señor?
Okay. How long have you lived in Miami?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva viviendo en Miami?
Como 20 años.
About 20 years.
Okay. I'll give him pretrial services with an alternate bond of $2,500 each count.
Ok, entonces ordeno una orden de antejuicio con una fianza de $2,500 por cada cargo.
Have a nice day, sir.
Que tenga buen día, señor.
Next, we have Ricky Hernandez.
He refused 40, Your Honor.
Refuse, let me review. Ms. Corey, you want to waive presence?
He refused court corrections, Ricky?
Oh, I think he refused. Never mind.
Okay.
He refused Ms. Corsi.
Let me see, 30.
Well, not shoot, sir. Give me a second.
Yes, Judge, we can waive his presence.
Okay, appoint the public defender's office, waive presence. Can you make me a copy of that one front and back? Let me check. There's probable cause of $2,500 bond.
Judge, can we take a hospital case out of turn?
Oh, sure.
Travis Anderson on page 12, number 38 of the calendar. Mr. Anderson is present on Zoom.
I missed Mr. Anderson. Hi, how you doing? Page 12. Is he on the stack? I don't know. No, something. You left?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice. Good morning, Mr. Anderson. You were arrested for grand theft of a firearm, armed possession of Percocet, and possession of cannabis. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. And Mr. Gill, good timing. Okay.
And Judge, on that case, he was arrested on 4/26 at 2:28 in the morning. It is now past the 48-hour period. Unless you see any probable cause finding in your file. I believe there's been.
I don't see anything written here. Has he been brought before court?
No, Your Honor, this is the first time. He was booked yesterday at 15:20.
Okay. So he was just booked. He was arrested but booked. So I'm gonna find that there's no violation of the 48-hour rule for him, and let me review. Sir, how you doing? You got arrested for, I said, grand theft, armed possession of Percocet, and possession of cannabis, and the public defender's office is appointed for you. So let me just see what happened. It looks like it's an old case. What do you want me to do? ROR so we can get out?
Yes, please.
All right. Okay, there's probable cause. Sir, do you know where you live? Are you there and awake?
Yes, I know where I live.
Can you tell us your address for notice?
Oh, I said 12300 Northeast 4th Avenue, apartment 406.
How long have you lived in Miami?
All my life.
Okay, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance on all the charges. I'll make a finding of probable cause. There's going to be a court hearing in 30 days for the arraignment, so you want to stay in touch with the public defender's office and keep all future court dates. Okay?
Okay.
Hope you feel better. Have a nice day, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, corrections.
Okay, next is Benjamin Kaysen, page 14. I think that's the last for the added terms, I hope. For now. Oh, I have Mr. Gill here after. I'll do his case.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, who did you call?
Benjamin Kaysen, page 14. Did you want him out of turn?
Judge, they wanted Mr. Morales out of turn for domestic violence court number.
I don't know. Bring back Sierra Hernandez. His lawyer's here.
Which one?
See the A form? Oh, hold off. We'll do this gentleman. He needs to see his A forms. Here's the other one. You have it. Can you show it to him, please? Who is this gentleman?
This is yes. English or Spanish?
English.
You know, I want to come to court real early tomorrow, and we're not going to have this nonsense going back and forth all over the place. Although I don't think getting here earlier is going to make a difference. But anyway, what page?
He's on page 7, number 21 of the calendar. It's also on for probable cause hearing, and he needs to go to domestic violence court after.
Estamos determinando causa probable y también tiene que ir a violencia doméstica.
What's his name one more time?
Roberto Morales.
¿Cuál es el nombre? Roberto Morales.
Thank you.
We did have a Detective Marquez, MPD Detective Marquez say they were here for this case.
Thank you. We have a detective.
Tenemos a un detective en este caso, el detective Márquez.
So detective, if you can please unmute and put on your camera, that would help. Good morning, sir. Raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
I do.
Thank you. What is your name and what police agency do you work for?
Detective Marquez, City Miami Police Department.
Okay, go ahead, state.
Tenemos
Hello,
al detective Márquez del Departamento de Policía de Miami.
So I believe this is about the curtilage of the home. So could perhaps you describe what occurred here and where it occurred around the home?
Ok, ¿se nos puede describir qué fue lo que ocurrió en la casa?
About the curtilage.
Yeah, so basically the address is, you're talking to me, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So
We're trying to
basically, yeah, the address is 200 Southwest 20th Avenue. If you Google it, state, you can see that the building it's one building, and the entrance to the home, to the actual door, it's on top of a roof. So the building extends to the roof. The door is directly under the roof, and he broke that curtilage, and then that's when he committed the crime with the 14-year-old girl inside.
Ok, la dirección, si la buscan en el Google, es el 200 Southwest, la Avenida 20. Es un edificio, tiene una entrada, la entrada está arriba en el techo, si lo ves, está justo debajo del techo, y él rompió esa entrada para entrar y cometer el delito con la niña de 14 años.
Can you just repeat what you said? The door is where, on the second floor?
It's on the first floor. If I could show you my camera, like if I have the Google map right in front of me, if I could show it to you.
Y me puede decir, dice que la entrada está en el segundo piso, es en el primer piso, tengo la cámara, le puedo mostrar el Google.
Okay. Oh, so it's under the porch. It's it's inside, within the curtilage of the structure.
Correct. Yes, Your Honor.
Ok, está dentro de la estructura, está debajo del porche. Sí, señoría.
Okay.
No further questions from the state?
El Estado no tiene más preguntas.
Ms. Corey, do you have any questions?
No, Judge, not this time.
So did he, 1 second. The victim inside was what, 14 years old, a child?
La víctima dentro tenía que 14 años, una niña, sí.
And what was this, in the afternoon yesterday, around 4:50?
Yes, ma'am.
Y eso fue ayer por la tarde, alrededor de las 4:50, sí, señora.
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, the child. So the initials are MG, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Stay away from the alleged victim, MG. No contact with that child victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
Señor, se le ordena permanecer alejado de la víctima, cuyas iniciales creo que son MG, sí, correcto. La víctima cuyas iniciales son MG, no puede tener contacto directo o indirecto en persona, por teléfono o por escrito.
And stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times.
Debe permanecer en todo momento alejado 500 metros de la víctima, de la escuela y de la casa de ella.
Stay away from the property at 200 Southwest 20th Avenue in Miami, Florida.
Manténgase alejado de la propiedad ubicada en el 200 Southwest, la 20 Avenida, Miami, Florida.
Count 1, there's probable cause for armed burglary. It's no bond.
El cargo 1 es por robo a mano armada de una propiedad. No tiene fianza.
Count 2, I believe there's probable cause for tampering with physical evidence.
I actually find no probable cause. There's nothing indicating tampering with evidence, Judge.
Breaking the Ring camera, which captured his picture.
El cargo número 2 es por dañar la evidencia. No veo que haya daño a las pruebas. Sí, dañó la cámara Ring, lo cual es dañar las pruebas.
He broke the Ring camera with a knife. That's the criminal mischief, but it could also be tampering.
Él dañó rompió la cámara Ring con un cuchillo, lo que es un acto delictivo y también podría considerarse como daño,
I'll set count 3,
interferir con las pruebas.
$1,000. Count 2, count 3, criminal mischief is $150.
El cargo 1 es una fianza de $1,000. El cargo 2 y 3 son $150 por daños por conducta delictiva.
And just for the record, I'm granting the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing and holding them with no bond. Count 1, $1,000. Count 2, $150. Count 3.
Entonces, estoy de acuerdo con la orden autorizo la orden de la fiscalía para el antejuicio sin una fianza, la fianza en el cargo 1 de $1,000, cargo 2, 150 y cargo 3.
You'll see your judge tomorrow. Have a nice day, sir.
Va a haber un juez mañana, señor, que tenga buen día.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're excused. Thank you. Do you have Benjamin Kaysen? What happened with him? Do you have Benjamin Kaysen, or you want him out of turn?
NBC, Your Honor.
NBC.
I'm sorry, Judge, who did you call?
Benjamin Kaysen on page 14, they say he's NBC. You want to waive his presence, it's the battery by detainee charge.
Yes, Judge.
All right, there's probable cause in F258561, Public Defender's Office is appointed, waive presence, bond is $2,500. And then F258524, there's probable cause, waive his presence, $2,500 bond.
And State, do you have the names of the alleged victims?
Yes, I do. On the 8561, the name of the victim is Allen, Allen, and then Pierre Luis, all one word last name. And then on the other case, the 8524, it is British West.
Thank you.
There's a big one that's. Do you have Giovanni Sierra Hernandez? His attorney is here. And then I'll call up the tribal lawyer.
16.
Mr. Winter, who's your client, Charles? No, you're not ready yet. You'll be next.
No problem.
Do you have attorneys on Zoom too? Few attorneys on Zoom? I thought I saw one on Zoom. There's a couple.
Sure.
There's a couple on Zoom. After. All right.
He's coming, Judge.
Do I need a Spanish interpreter? All right. Good morning, Mr. Sierra Hernandez. Your lawyer's here now for both of your cases. Good morning. Can you announce, please?
No, we have to. Giovanni Sierra Hernandez.
Do you have any argument you want to make?
Yes, Your Honor.
Buenos días, señor Hernández. Tenemos aquí a su abogado.
Your Honor, we're just asking for standard bonds.
Are these added charges corrections?
No, Your Honor.
Does he have anything pending or no? Should there be a hold?
He has a fugitive hold from Pasco County, and he also has a domestic violence battery that he's going to DV court at 11.
All right. Count 1, burglary to the unoccupied dwelling. It's a hotel room. I'll set his bond at, I don't know what you want.
$1,000, Your Honor?
That's not that low. I'll set count 1 at $2,500. Count 2, possession of crack cocaine. He had a little bit of crack cocaine. I'll set that at $1,500. Count 3, criminal mischief. There's probable cause for that charge. That's $500. And count 4, possession of drug paraphernalia. It just says paraphernalia. You want $1 in ROR? $1 for count 4. And then the other case, I already told him, stay away from that LWOP hotel.
Las fianzas son por el cargo 1, son $1,500, que es por la invasión de la propiedad. El cargo 2 son $500 por la conducta delictiva. En el cargo, perdón, $2,500 por el cargo 1, que es la invasión de propiedad, $1,500 por la posesión
Pero ¿cómo
de
invasión
crack.
de propiedad? Tengo invasión de propiedad. Yo estaba en mi habitación y salí a mi habitación y me escondí en otra. ¿Cómo invasión de propiedad?
How is it burglary? I was in my room, I came out of my room and hid in another one. How is that burglary?
Yo salí de mi habitación y me escondí en otra habitación.
They prove your case. You just told them you were in another room. That wasn't.
¿Cómo ellos ponen crack y no ponen la libra de marihuana que había dentro del cuarto? Porque ahí había
How is it that
marihuana.
they're mentioning crack, but not the pound of marijuana that was in the room?
Ahí
There
había
was a pound
bastante,
of
había
marijuana.
un poco de marihuana y había un pedacito así de crack.
There was a lot of marijuana there and a little piece of crack like this.
Senor, no diga nada. Your lawyer doesn't want you to say anything. You're presumed not guilty, and now everything's recorded. The state can use
No, lo que me hace falta es que llamen
Señor,
a
no
otro.
diga nada, que todo lo que está diciendo se está grabado. Tiene su
No
abogado que lo acaba de
importa,
declarar
no
no
importa.
culpable.
Pero lo que es
I don't
importante
care
es
if
que,
it's
lo más importante
recorded.
que graben es que hablen con hoy, para que hoy hable con su jefecito, para que me saquen de aquí. Hoy, por favor, habla con
What's
su
most
jefecito.
important is for you to speak with your boss and get me out of here.
You want the public defender's asking me to turn off the microphone. Anyway, I'm going to set a bond on the other case, written threats to kill or do bodily injury at $7,500 count 1 and $5,000 count 2. Sir, you have a good lawyer. Listen to what he tells you. Have a good day.
Señor, tiene un buen abogado y escuche lo que tenga buen día.
Ok, tengo sueño, estoy rezagado, por favor. Lléveme para la celda.
Actually, sorry, count 2 should be 2,500. The judge who signed the warrants put 5,000, 2,500 count 2. All right, correction, 7,500 and 2,500 on F25-7387.
Yes, Your Honor. And on the other case, count 4 was ROR or $1?
$1 for count 4. Okay, thank you. All right, calling up now, Wayne Lester on page 3. His attorney is here. Good morning, Mr. Lester.
And good morning, Your Honor.
Thank
Diego
you.
Wiener here on behalf of Mr. Wayne Lester.
All right, Mr. Lester, you were arrested for carrying a concealed firearm. So your attorney is here.
Yeah. And Mr. Lester, please don't make any statements. Your Honor, I just want the court to be aware his parents made the trip here. We have Jeff Scotland and Shania Scotland that are present, just so Wayne can hear that they're here on his behalf.
He may be safer in jail.
And Your Honor, unfortunately, it sounds like the wrong crowd. He's got 0 criminal history. He's a student at Broward Community College. He works at Wendy's, Your Honor. So we have no probable cause argument at this time. However, I do have a request to set a lower than standard bond, as he makes about $600 biweekly, lives with his parents. And Your Honor, for that reason, we're requesting the bond be set at $250 for that 3rd-degree felony.
You want pre-trial?
I'd prefer the $250, Your Honor, if the court would consider it. He lives in Pembroke Pines. The case is out of Miami-Dade County. And he's a good kid, Your Honor. This is the first time he's had anything on his record. Got no priors.
He's hanging out with gang members, doing, I don't know, doing a music video.
Reducing it that much would be over state objections. I would not object to a reduced bond, but not that much reduced.
Your Honor, would you consider $500?
Okay, $500 bond.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice
Mr. Lester, please don't make any statements. We'll start the process of bonding you out now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry for the delay.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Joy Neff on page 10. There's lawyers on Zoom as well.
Your Honor, Antonio Penn on his behalf, Council President Mr. Julian Streleni for the record, and he does have family present on Zoom. They should be under the name Jabba. It's his sister and mother.
Good morning, Mr. Neff. So you were arrested for 1 count of 2nd-degree murder and 1 count of child abuse. This is from April 26. I'm sorry, what is your name, counsel?
Antonio Penna, again, for the record, Your Honor. I'm also present with Mr. Julian Streleni.
How do you spell your last name, sir?
Penna, P-E-N-A.
Thank you. All right.
And Your Honor, just again, for the record, he does have family present on Zoom. His sister and mother are present. I believe they're under the name Jabba. Mr. Nath, good morning. Please don't make any statements. Well, just a reminder.
Okay. I don't know if it's child abuse or child neglect, although I don't know what your position is for child abuse. Killing the child's mother in front of the child?
And then abandoning the child into the street from the car afterwards? Yeah, I would say that would be a child abuse.
Anything you want to say?
No, Your Honor, we don't have a PC argument at this time. I also understand the state has filed a motion for pretrial detention.
They have. The state filed a motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing pursuant to Florida statute 907.041. And since second-degree murder is considered a dangerous crime, I'm granting the state's motion for pretrial detention, holding you with no bond. And count 2, child abuse, I'll set that at $5,000. So, sir, you will see a judge tomorrow. That judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention. Thank you, Mr. Payne.
Thank you,
Your Honor, you also have a hold for F24-26031.
Hold for F24-26031. He's also out on probation. Let me see what it was for.
An open case, Your Honor.
Oh, he has an open case. Oh, he's out on felony bond for grand theft and fraudulent use of an ID as well. We'll see your judge tomorrow. Good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Next is Malik Cutler, page 3. What is it with 2 attorneys? It's 1 attorney. I don't do 2 attorneys. Who's the attorney? You or Mr. Hoffman? There's a Mr. Hoffman here as well. Who are you, ma'am? Who'd you hire? Oh, okay. Well, Mr. Hoffman here, we'll promote him. I don't see Mr. Hoffman. Mr. Hoffman, if you're on Zoom, can you raise your hand and unmute and I'll promote you? 1 second, please. All right, so Mr. Malik Cutler, sir, you were arrested for carrying a concealed firearm and grand theft of a firearm. Your attorney's in court. What is your name, sir?
Jeremy McCollum, Judge, on behalf of Malik.
I spell your last name?
McClymonT.
Thank you. And your mother's in court also. Do you have any?
Microphone's not working there.
What?
The microphone's not working in the courtroom. Yours is.
Probably the other day too. Just hit the microphone. We're having microphone issues.
Is this working now?
Hit the top.
Yeah, much better.
Okay. All right, so let me take a look. Oh, we saw the co-defendant a little.
Yes, Judge.
All right, so he had a gun on him and he's 19. So there's probable cause for the charge.
I do think there's probable cause, Judge. My situation is a little different from the previous. And just in that the police had no articulable reasonable suspicion or probable cause to stop him and search him. It seems that this case probably may not get past filing information of an information, but we're asking, because he does not have any priors, he's not a convicted felon, we're asking the court to grant a bond in the amount of $1,000 in the aggregate for both counts of the third-degree felonies that he does have.
Oh, he has a gun and they say it's stolen. All right. It was stolen in 2023. I'm not doing that. You have pre-trial, it's got no higher bond, it's a stolen gun.
Pre-trial, Judge, give me 1 second.
And that's, yes.
Yeah, Judge, can we do an aggregate bond of any amount of $2,500?
All right. Count 1 carrying it. Well, count 1 carrying a concealed firearm. I'll set it at. It's $5,000. Count 2 grand theft of the firearm. I'll set that at $1,000. So the total bond is $1,500. Okay. All right, stay out of trouble. 500, I'm sorry, excuse me, $500, count one, for carrying a concealed firearm, and count two, grand theft is 1,000.
Thank you, Judge.
That's the last one from this one, okay. Next, we have Gerardo Acevedo, page 9. If there's any private attorneys on Zoom, please raise your hand so I can promote you. Be happy to call your case out of turn. Good morning. Hi, who are you?
His friend.
Okay.
Mr. Acevedo is present. He speaks English. This is for private attorney, Judge.
No, his friend is in court. What's your name?
My name is Gerardo Acevedo.
No, your friend's name. So you know who's here.
Anthony Williams.
Your friend Anthony Williams is in court. Sir, you were arrested for leaving the scene of a crash. No serious injury, 2 counts. This is a case from February 10th of 2025, and I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So let me review. Okay. I'm scoring the argument you have.
No, Judge.
All right, there's probable cause for the charges, so I'll set a bond. $2,500, count one, $2,500, count two. Have a nice day, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I only have 1 count.
They charge him with 2 counts, but only booked it as 1. That's fine by me. $2,500 bond. Okay. Thank you. That's it. What's this one? Another? Oh, sir, they gave me a stay away order. Yeah. Sir, I'm also ordering you stay away from the alleged victims, JM and GR, no contact with those alleged victims.
That's fine.
Directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by phone, email, and you have been texting, you have to stay at least 500 feet away from their home, school, and place of employment. All right?
Understood. Can
And Judge, he wants to ask Mr. Williams if you would be able to post his bond.
call the bail bonds. Just call the bail bonds and tell the bail bonds to post my bond. That's it.
Can you call the bail bonds and ask him to post his bond? That's what he asked.
And they said, he said it's gonna take like about 12 hours.
It will take about 12 hours, you know, just take.
Okay, thank you, Anthony.
All right. Have a nice day, thank you. Next we have Junior Lopez Gonzalez, page 1. Glad to start page 1 finally. I guess we don't have.
So we have Kwame Davis, the last one on the calendar.
Oh, okay, hi, Mr. Davis.
How you doing?
Kwame Davis on page 15. So you were arrested for battery by a detainee on another detainee. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Señor, está siendo, usted fue detenido por agresión hacia otro detenido. Oh, I'm sorry.
There's probable cause. The bond is $2,500. Have a nice day. Next is now Junior Gonzalez, Junior Lopez Gonzalez, page 1, 2 cases. Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested. Do you speak English?
Spanish is preferred.
You were arrested for 2 cases. One's from April 9th and one's April 27th. Both are burglary to an occupied dwelling.
Señor, usted ha sido arrestada, tiene 2 cargos. Un caso es del 9 de abril y el otro del 27 de abril, ambos por invasión de propiedad no ocupada.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Le asigno la Defensoría Pública para que la represente.
There's probable cause for both cases.
Judge, on 8-5, 6-2.
Mhm.
I don't see that it's occupied.
Existe causa justificada para ambos cargos, señoría. En el 8562 no veo que fuera ocupado.
It says the victim walked onto her property to see her stealing her items.
Dice que la víctima fue hacia su propiedad y la vio robando sus cosas.
And she also gave a picture of her. So there's probable cause for this case.
I think that says the neighbor.
Y también le tomó una foto. Yo creo que hay causa justificada. Aquí dice la persona nombrada.
It's at the bottom of the second paragraph on the first page. She observed defendant Lopez Walker. No, she said that the victim said that. Per victim, Miss De Leon.
Dice que la víctima dijo eso. Su víctima lo indicó, que la vio caminar, llevarse la andadera.
That was the other case, maybe.
Tal vez fue el otro caso.
Her name. Ma'am, you are ordered to stay away from the victim's property at 3891 Southwest 92nd Avenue in Miami, Florida.
Señor, se le ordena permanecer alejado de la propiedad de la víctima en el 3091 Southwest 92 Avenida.
And also 3841 Southwest 92nd Avenue in Miami, Florida.
Y también el 3841 Southwest 92 Avenida, Miami, Florida.
You're not allowed to go to those locations. You must stay away from there.
No se le permite acercarse a esas dos localidades. Tiene que permanecer alejado de ellas.
Miss Corey, is this a hospital case or no? No.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, you want me to I'll set the cases for the afternoon to see if there's hospital benefits, card only.
Este es un caso de hospital, señora Corey. Sí, señoría. Ok, voy a reprogramar los casos para la tarde para ver si hay unos beneficios de hospital.
Next is Shaquanda Warren, page 1. Good morning, Ms. Warren. You were arrested for aggravated battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charge.
It doesn't state what happened, Judge. There are words missing. I'd ask for a probable cause hearing. So she walked back to the victim with a knife, causing him to obtain lacerations. That doesn't make any sense.
I would think it's pretty clear that the knife was used to cause the lacerations. She walks towards him with the knife and now he has lacerations.
It's not clear.
It's just inarticulate or inarticulately written. Where's the stay away order say? Did you prepare?
Walking back with a knife doesn't cause
This
someone
case was
to
tagged as a
die.
DV case, so there should be amongst the DV stay away orders.
Thank you, heaven.
It's missing an important element.
No, I understand your argument. Yeah, he didn't specifically state she stabbed him with the knife.
Or touched him with a knife, correct.
Okay. I'll reset it for probable cause hearing. And ma'am, I'm going to read the stay away order to you now, though.
I'm sorry.
Ma'am, you're ordered to stay away from Leon Brown, the alleged victim. No contact with him either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. And you must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I'll see you in the afternoon for probable cause hearing. Thank you. Okay, next is Dora Delgado, page 1. Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for possession of cocaine and 2 counts of resisting an officer without violence. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Will pretrial take? Delgado.
It should just be probable cause for 1 count of resisting without.
False services alternate bond, $2,500 count 1, $500 count 2, and ROR count 3. Have a nice. Next case is Michelle Velasquez, page 1. Good morning, Ms. Velasquez. You were arrested for battery on a person 65 or older, battery and trespass to a structure or something like that. I don't know. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Any arguments for?
Yes, Judge, there's nothing indicating age for count 1.
Yeah, that's okay. No. Trespass, the property occupied trespass.
Frankly, it should be a bird bat.
Doesn't look like that was the intention of going in. Looks like her intention was to make peace. Unfortunately, it looks like that didn't happen.
But then after being told to leave, she repeatedly attacked people, was told to leave again, then attacked another person. But I'm not pushing it for it to be bird bad, but it arguably is.
All right, ma'am, you are ordered to stay away from Carmen Arguden and Helen Gulen. No contact with these alleged victims, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And no contact with the victims through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their home and school and place of employment at all times. You understand the stay away order?
Yes.
I can't hear her.
Yes.
Okay. So, count one, there's probable cause for battery, $1,000 bond. Count two, battery is $1,000 bonds, and count three, trespass, occupied trespass will be $500. Next, we have is Ebony Washington on page 2. Good morning, Ms. Washington. You were arrested for, you were arrested for aggravated battery and disorderly intoxication. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So it says set for probable cause hearing. There's an Officer Lovett here. If so, can you raise your hand on Zoom?
Judge, the arrest time was 4:25 at 22:42. It's now past the 48-hour time period for a probable cause finding. I would ask that you release Ms. Washington outright.
The battery, I don't know, did the judge find probable cause for battery? You looked at it?
Based on my notes, what it looks like is that that's exactly what happened. The judge thought it was a regular battery, so they wanted to bring the officer in for the aggravated battery.
Okay, the judge found probable cause for battery, so there's.
We have two hands raised. Might one of these be the officer?
No, we don't promote anybody unless they tell us what case they're here for.
It
They're
looks like
bombers. Okay, stop. They're trying to get in to cause ruckus here, and I'm not in the mood today. Didn't get enough sleep. Try tomorrow. I might be in a better mood, but not today. I don't care. You got evidence. I'm only looking for a police officer, not you. Sorry.
Is the iPhone that just said her name again the officer in this case? Please, if you are, say so instead of just saying the defendant's name.
Type your name in if you're the officer. Type your full name and your court and what department you work for. I have more than one iPhone, so I don't even know which iPhone it is. If there's a detective here, you can raise your hand on Zoom. Okay. Who are you, detective? What's your name? Detective, if you're the detective, what's your name? They're not responding.
Oh, this is claiming to be the second victim in the case.
Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. I'll promote him, no problem. Have to be careful here. Hello.
Hi.
What is your hi? What's your name?
My name is April Lynch.
Okay. Hi, Miss Lynch.
Hold on.
Turn on the light.
How are you?
How are you?
Not good, Your Honor.
Okay. What do you want to go ahead, state?
Okay.
Judge, again, Judge, this is past the 48 hours.
It could be continued for another. If it's an original finding, it can be continued for another. I think it's set up to 24 hours, and that's what's going on.
Ma'am, could you describe the injuries that you received when you were at the restaurant?
I have a fractured facial bone. I have a broken nose. I have multiple fractures in my jaws. I have to have plastic surgery done on May 2nd, Friday.
No further questions. That seems pretty sufficient for aggravated battery.
You said multiple fractures where?
I have a facial fracture bone here. I have a broken nose. I have multiple fractures in my jaws. Your Honor, I cannot eat. I cannot swallow. If I try to sneeze, it hurts.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I have to have plastic surgery done on May 2nd, Friday. I'm the second victim. The first victim is Imagine Doyle.
Is that person here?
Yes, ma'am, she is.
Okay, you want her to put her on?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is she?
Right here.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
I need to swear them in. I need to swear you both in. Go back. Both of you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this proceeding will be the truth?
Your phone.
Yes, I swear.
Okay, so Miss Lynch, is everything you said the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is your name, Miss Doyle?
Imagine.
I have Christiana Dale Doyle. Is that your name or no?
Yes, ma'am.
You have to turn it on.
I don't know how to turn it on.
All right, so are you afraid of Miss Washington?
Yes.
What do
She
you?
took my job and attacked me while I was at work.
Is that a bite mark on your?
Yes, ma'am. And I have it on my breast. I have it on my side.
Don't show us the one on your breast.
Okay.
Where were you when you were attacked?
I was at work. I was at work. Ebony lives in Atlanta, Georgia. She flew all the way from Atlanta, Georgia to come to my job to fight me. She stated that on a streaming app, and I have the video to prove for that too.
Did you guys all know each other before this?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Miss Corey, do you have any questions for Miss Dale Doyle or for Miss Lynch?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay. All right, so Miss Washington, I am entering a stay away order from Christiana Dale Doyle and April Lynch, the alleged victims. No contact with these victims, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their home and school, and place of employment at all times. And also no contact through social media. And these are pretty serious allegations.
I want to press charges, Your Honor.
Sir, it's up to the state to file charges. The arraignment will be in 30 days. You have to stay in touch with the state attorney's office, victim witness coordinator. So I'm setting a bond as follows. Count 1 is $7,500. Count 2 is $7,500.
On count 2, I would ask that you find probable cause for battery. Not appear to be any.
I saw that scar.
Injuries, Judge.
I saw that scar, and let's leave a scar on her face. Let me turn your face to your left, please, Miss.
Ma'am.
The other way. No, I'm talking about Miss Doyle. You see that white mark on her?
Okay.
Next to her, under her chin. That's going to leave a permanent injury. You better use some medicine on that.
Yes, ma'am. I have medicine and all of that for it now. I went to the hospital.
I have to have plastic surgery done.
You got to get Mederma. What's it called? Mederma for the scarring. There any kind of scar cream after it heals. All right. Count 1 is 7,500. Count 2 is 7,500. Count 3, the disorderly intox. You want $1 or an ROR?
ROR, please.
ROR. Count 3. Just stay away from the victims. Thank you both for coming in. I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Ashley.
Hey, little Rose.
Okay, next case, starting at the men now. Yandis Pereira Salgado. Good morning.
Is NBC is what I've told?
NBC. Let me review.
Appears to be no enhancement. Looks like possession only.
Okay, thank you. All right, there's probable cause for count 1, count 2, and count 3, reset it for the afternoon. You said NBC, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right now we have Christian Montesino Sanzana. Good morning.
He has the hold for immigration, Your Honor.
Okay.
Which one?
Sir, you were arrested for possession of a stolen or fictitious driver's license. Go ahead. Can you tell him the charge, please? He's charged with possession of a stolen or fictitious driver's license. Spanish or no?
Yes, Spanish, please.
Está siendo acusado por tener una identificación, una licencia falsificada o robada.
So he had a fictitious California identification card.
Tenía una identificación de California ficticia.
There's probable cause for the charge of possession of a stolen or fictitious driver's license.
Existe causa justificada para el cargo por poseer una tarjeta de identificación robada o falsificada.
Sir, can you afford to hire a private lawyer?
Señor, ¿usted puede contratar un abogado privado?
No.
No.
Okay. Where do you live?
¿Dónde vive usted?
Estaba viviendo aquí en Miami.
I was living here in Miami.
Okay. I'll appoint the public defender's office for him.
Voy a asignarle la Defensoría Pública.
I'll set a bond at $2,500. In correction, did you say he has an immigration hold?
Yes.
Voy a fijarle la fianza en $2,500 y correccionales dijo que tienen una orden de detención de inmigración. Sí.
Does he have any other warrants from any other states?
¿Tiene alguna otra orden de arresto de algún otro estado?
All he has is the hold for immigration.
Okay.
Solamente tiene la orden de detención de inmigración. Ok.
All right. Thanks. Thank you.
Ok, gracias.
All right, so next case is John Pierre, page 3.
Bond it out.
Thank you. Martin Perez.
Present, speaks English.
Good morning, Mr. Perez. One sec. Sir, you were arrested. You're arrested for 2 cases. The first one is aggravated battery on a pregnant victim and criminal mischief. The second case is arson, a first-degree felony. So can you afford to hire a lawyer, sir?
Can I afford a lawyer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get a lawyer.
Do you own your home?
Yes.
So you don't qualify for the public defender's office. Do you want me to reset this case in the afternoon to give you a chance to have a lawyer be present in court with you? It's probably a good idea.
All right. Okay.
Pardon me?
Okay.
Okay, let me just review for probable cause though. I don't see a value for damages. There was a fine you may have set, but there's no value for damages. Okay, let me look at the other case. So there's no probable cause for first degree arson. Who's doing this? Is this Miami Homestead? You want to bring him in for a probable cause hearing?
No, Your Honor. I saw the issue myself as well, that there was nobody in the house. There would be a second degree arson at best.
Okay, and who started it? Because I don't see anything on 25-8537 saying this man started a fire.
Then yes, I would be asking for the PC hearing.
Okay. Reset for probable cause hearing. Who started fire? Okay, that's the issue. And also reset for PCH and private attorney. And then the other case, there's probable cause for aggravated battery on a pregnant victim, count 2. There's no values for criminal mischief. So reset it for the afternoon for probable cause hearing and attorney. Oh, sir, one more thing. Come on back here. You gonna do a stay away order or no? While you're here, I might as well do the stay away order. You are ordered to stay away from Joycelyn Perez, the alleged victim. No contact with her, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we'll see you in the afternoon. Try and find an attorney to be in court about 1:30, maybe 2. All right? And we'll do a probable cause hearing at that time as well. By the way, from reading it, says a fire engulfed the home. So it sounds like it would be a first degree arson if the state can show that he's the one who did it. Okay, next is Noel Cosme, page 4.
Spanish interpreter, and
Sure.
Ms. Jorlis is rejoining.
Sir, you were arrested for robbery by sudden snatch. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Señor, usted ha sido arrestado por robo y le estoy asignando a la oficina de defensores públicos para que lo represente.
There is probable cause for the charge.
Causa justificada para el cargo.
Is the victim here?
Yes,
¿La víctima está aquí?
Turn on her video and unmute, please, Ms. Jorlis.
Sí, si la señora Jorles puede encender el video y el audio.
Good morning, ma'am. Are you there? Please unmute and put on your video.
Señora Jorles, por favor, si está ahí, encienda el audio y el video.
Typing in the chat that she's adjusting the audio. You can find the microphone button and click on that, and also the little camera button and click on that.
Puede encontrar en la pantalla hay un botón para micrófono y hay uno para el audio. Si los toca, se activan.
Is she there or not? I don't know. Is the victim in court? If not, I'm proceeding to enter stay away order.
But she's here. It looks like she's having difficulty unmuting and putting on her video.
Well, I'll pass it till she can figure it out.
Okay.
Vamos a aplazarlo hasta que ella encuentre cómo resolver.
Page 5 is Lorenzo Toledo. Good morning, Mr. Toledo. You were arrested for possession of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a school and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
It looks like the allegations are from yesterday when school was closed.
There's no enhancement for possession. There's no charge.
Possession too.
Possession. Okay. Well, pretrial check. It's a third-degree felony, not a first. Pretrial services, alternate bond, $2,500 count 1 and $500 count 2. Have a nice day. Next is Solomon Rosales, page 5. Good morning, Mr. Rosales. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
How you doing? Good morning.
Good morning. No, there's probable cause for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from. I can't read the handwriting. What's the victim's name?
The victim's name is Damari Castellon. Castellon.
I see that. They didn't write the first name right. Stay away from Damari Castellon, the alleged victim. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you have to go to the victim's home or hotel to get any personal belongings?
I believe that because I had all my luggage. I believe that
So you need to go
the
back there?
arresting officer. No, I think that my stuff is at the police station in the luggage.
What I'll do, just in case, you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail with a police officer to retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Hey, setting a bond, it's $5,000. Have a nice day.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, let me have next is Cesar Sayan. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for trafficking in cannabis. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So there was, he came in on an airplane. 45 pounds of marijuana. That's a lot. That's trafficking. I'll set a bond. It's a first-degree felony. That's like a luggage full of suitcase. That's like a luggage, a big suitcase full of cannabis. Okay. State, do you show any priors for him anywhere?
Checking now. Yes, I'm seeing out of Jacksonville, but it all looks like it's cannabis from Jacksonville and Duval.
Well, that's what this is as well. I mean, what do you want for your bond? Can I make it $5,000?
That's fine by me.
Okay, $5,000 bond. Have a nice day, sir. Next is Andrew Fordham. Good morning, Mr. Fordham. You were arrested for strong arm robbery and battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charge. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from Noel Trevino, the alleged victim. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times. I'll set a bond. Count one will be $6,500 and count two is $1,000. Have a nice day.
Judge, Mr. Fordham does not have funds for a bond. Would your honor consider house arrest as an alternate?
No, he has a lot of prior arrests. He has a conviction from January of this year for burglary. So no. Another conviction for petty theft. Other convictions. I'm not doing that. Got to visit the division judge. Next is Perry Kuhn, page 6. Good morning, sir. Sir, you were arrested for battery by strangulation. Come on down. Sir, can you afford to hire a private lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Want to waive a lawyer's presence so I can set a bond so you can get out of jail, or do you want me to reset it in the afternoon so that you can have a lawyer present?
I'm not sure what you just asked me.
Well, you want to get out of here quicker or later?
I have a hearing problem, so
I'm sorry. So, sir, you got arrested for battery by strangulation, and that's a third-degree felony. I can proceed now if you want to waive a lawyer's presence, or I can reset the case for the afternoon calendar if you want to reach out for a lawyer to be in court with you today.
I don't think I would be able to get a lawyer here anyway. I was supposed to have this public defender.
You don't get, that's for people who are indigent. You told me you can afford an attorney, so you don't qualify for the public defender.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood that. I think we should move forward.
Okay, just don't talk about the facts of the case. Let me review for probable cause. So it looks like there's probable cause just for battery. I don't see where the victim's airway was restricted.
No, ma'am.
Sure. State, you agree?
I'm just double checking now. I do agree. I don't see anything that
All right,
says that.
just bring a stay away order from the election.
We don't have the victim information. The police didn't put it anywhere.
Oh, I gotta reset it. Wait, is it in here? Her name's in here. Somebody, Lucy. You want to give us her last name so we can do the stay away order? Do you know Lucy's last name?
She has a few last names, but I think it's Santos.
You want to call the officer up? Can you call the officer up, Mr. Whitfield.
I'll try calling him right now.
Santos is the name that I'm aware of.
Okay, then that's fine by me. Then we have a non-domestic stay away order. Stay away from Lucy Santos, the alleged victim. No contact with her either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from her home, school, and place of employment at all times. All right? So no texting, email, social messaging, electronic communication. And if you violate the stay away order, you can get rearrested. Okay? So, you want pretrial or you want to post the bond? That'll be your pretrial services, alternate bonds, $1,000. There's probable cause for simple battery, first degree misdemeanor. Okay, have a nice day, sir. Next is Malik Newberry. Who's this one? Why did pass Cosme? Oh, that's for the victim to try and log on. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Newberry. You were arrested for added charges. It says battery on a.
Bondo?
Oh, is it Bonda? Okay.
No, Your Honor, he's here.
Oh, he's here? Newberry?
Standing right next to you. I'm going for sleep. Although I got an extra one on there. Is that Mr. Newberry? Good morning, Mr. Newberry. You were arrested for.
Good morning, Miss Mindy.
Good morning. So you got arrested for battery on a law enforcement officer or corrections officer. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause. Victim had to go to the hospital. Bond is $5,000. Have a nice day, sir. Next case is Yohan Roldan, page 7.
He has a hold for immigration.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Roldan. You were arrested for armed trafficking and illegal drugs. Did you need an interpreter or no?
Yes, we'll need Spanish, please.
Buenos días, señor Roldan. Usted fue acusado por tráfico armado,
Possession of drug paraphernalia and resisting an officer without violence.
posesión de parafernalia de drogas y resistirse al arresto sin violencia.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Voy a asignarle la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente.
Also, you have an immigration hold, so you may want to consult with a lawyer before you post your bonds.
También tiene una orden de detención de inmigración. Le sugiero consultar con un abogado antes de pagar una fianza.
Ms. Corey, any argument?
Yes, Judge, there's no amount. Looks like armed possession at best.
She said there's no probable cause for trafficking, armed possession at best.
Señora, ella dice que no existe causa justificada para tráfico armado. Sería como máximo posesión armado.
Mr. Glickfield, do you want to reset it or you want me to set the bond?
No, I
¿Quiere
think
que lo
armed possession
reprograme o quiere que programe una fianza?
I think armed possession would be fine. No need to reset.
Creo que no es necesario reprogramarlo. La posesión armada es suficiente.
Count 1, there is probable cause for armed possession of a controlled substance, and that bond is $7,500.
Para el cargo 1, que es posesión de sustancias reguladas, posesión armada de sustancia regulada, una fianza de $7,500.
Count 2, there's probable cause for possession of drug paraphernalia, $500 bond.
$500 de fianza para el cargo número 2, que para el que existe causa justificada para posesión de parafernalia de drogas.
Count 3, there is probable cause for resisting an officer without violence, $500 bond.
Y para el cargo 3, existe causa justificada para resistencia al oficial sin violencia, la fianza es de $500.
You may want to consult with a lawyer before posting your bond due to the immigration hold.
Dada la orden de detención de inmigración, consulte con un abogado antes de pagar la fianza.
Okay, next is Radel Rodriguez. Page 7.
Spanish, please.
Good morning. You were arrested for aggravated battery and battery.
Buenos días, usted fue arrestado por agresión y agresión con agravantes.
I will appoint actually, sir, can you afford to hire an attorney?
Señor, ¿usted puede contratar su propio abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
You want me to reset this case in the afternoon to give you an opportunity to have a lawyer be present in court with you? Or do you want to waive a lawyer's presence and proceed now?
¿Usted quiere que yo reprograme este caso para la tarde para que tenga un abogado presente con usted o quiere proseguir ahora sin un abogado?
No, el abogado oficio.
The public defender.
Okay, do you own your home?
¿Usted es dueño de su casa?
Sí.
Yes.
You don't qualify for the public defender's office. You have assets. The public defender's office is for people who have no money.
Usted no califica para que se le asigne un defensor público. Usted tiene activos. El defensor público es para aquellos que no tienen dinero.
You want me to proceed now? Do you want to proceed now and waive a lawyer's presence or reset your case in the afternoon so you can get a private lawyer?
¿Quiere proseguir ahora renunciando al abogado o quiere que sea reprogramado para la tarde para que pueda contratar un abogado?
No, sí, vamos a continuar, pues yo con todo lo que tengo que pagar no tengo más dinero.
Well, let's continue. I have no money to pay.
All right. Are you okay proceeding now and waiving a lawyer's presence?
¿Está de acuerdo con proseguir ahora y renunciar a la presencia de un abogado?
Sí, pues no tengo dinero para pagar.
Yes, because I have no money to pay.
Well, then go get a loan on your home because you have money, you have a home.
Puede tomar un préstamo sobre la casa. Usted tiene una casa, tiene dinero.
So I am not appointing the public defender's office for you.
No le estoy asignando la defensoría pública.
All right, sir, there is probable cause for the charges. I'm ordering that you stay away from the alleged.
Sí, cuando salga para afuera pongo un abogado porque en este momento no tengo, ¿verdad que no?
But I have no money to pay for an attorney right now. Maybe if I'm outside.
Okay. Sir, I'm ordering that you stay away from your wife, Maria Kennedy, and her son, David Kennedy.
Señor, le ordeno que se mantenga alejado de su esposa María Kennedy y del hijo de ella, David Kennedy.
No contact with the alleged victims, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con las víctimas directo o indirecto, en persona, por teléfono, por escrito o a través de terceras personas.
And no contact with the victims through social media or other electronic means.
No puede tener contacto con las víctimas a través de medios sociales u otro medio electrónico.
You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their home and school and place of employment at all times.
En todo momento debe permanecer alejado al menos 500 pies de distancia de las víctimas, el hogar, escuela, lugares de empleo.
Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
No puede involucrarse en actividades delictivas ni utilizar o poseer drogas.
Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
No puede utilizar, poseer o comprar armas o municiones.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Debe inmediatamente entregar cualquier arma, munición o permiso de porte de arma a la estación de policía más cercana y presentar recibo ante el tribunal.
And you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail.
Puede regresar a la casa de la víctima una sola vez en un periodo de 48 horas después de liberado de la cárcel.
You must be accompanied by a police officer
Debe estar acompañado de un oficial de policía
so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools.
para que pueda retirar cualquier pertenencia personal, de ropa, medicamentos, productos de salud, documentación, herramientas.
If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested.
Si va para la casa de la víctima sin la policía o si permanece ahí, va a ser arrestado.
You understand the stay away order, sir?
¿Entiende la orden de alejamiento, señor?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm setting up, there's probable cause for aggravated battery and battery.
Ok, gracias. Determino que existe causa justificada para agresión y agresión con agravantes.
Count one aggravated battery is $5,000. Count two battery is $1,000. Have a good day, sir.
El cargo 1 por agresión es con agravantes de $1,500. El cargo 2 por agresiones de $500. Gracias, señor.
Gracias.
We have this person, Linares Asensio, page 7.
Need a Spanish interpreter, please.
Good morning, Mr. Linares Asensio. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a firearm and armed possession of crystal meth.
Buenas tardes, señor Asensio. Usted está arrestado por un cargo por agresión con un arma de fuego y por posesión de cristales. I'm sorry, Your Honor, can you repeat the last one?
Meth.
De metanfetamina.
So I will appoint the public defender's office. Yeah, I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Y le voy a asignar la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente.
There's probable cause for the charges.
Existe causa justificada para los cargos.
So you were ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Stevens Alvear.
Debe permanecer alejado de la supuesta víctima, Steven Alguera.
Steven Alver Guadamuz.
Steven Alver Guadamuz.
No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No contacto con la víctima directo o indirecto, en persona, por teléfono, por escrito, a través de terceras personas.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima por medios sociales o cualquier otro medio electrónico.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Y debe permanecerse alejado al menos 500 pies de la víctima, hogar, escuela o lugar de trabajo.
Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
¿Entiende la orden de alejamiento, señor?
Entiendo.
I understand. He had like over 10 grams of crystal.
Tenía más de
Go ahead.
Tenía más de 10 gramos de metanfetamina.
I'm setting a bond as follows. Count one, aggravated assault with a firearm will be $5,000, and armed possession of a controlled substance, that's $7,500.
I'm sorry, what was the first one?
5,000 count one, $7,500 count two.
La fianza está fijada de la siguiente manera. El cargo 1 por la agresión con un arma de fuego son de $5,000 y el cargo 2 por la posesión son $7,500.
If Mr. Linares Asensio does not have funds for the bond, would your honor consider house arrest as an alternate?
En caso de que no tenga dinero para pagar la fianza, la juez consideraría arresto domiciliario como una alternativa.
No, I'm not doing that. You got to see the division judge. He should have been charged with sale of the drugs.
No, no lo voy a hacer. Tiene que ver al juez de la división.
All right, next we have Edwin Lopez Rojas.
Bond it out.
Thank you. Jose Vasquez. Good morning, Mr. Vasquez. Do you speak English?
He speaks English.
Thank you. So you have two cases, possession counts 1, 2, and 3, possession of a controlled substance, methamphetamine, crack cocaine, and MDMA. Count 4 is possession of burglary tools. Counts 5 and 6 is conspiracy for possession with intent to sell crack cocaine and MDMA. Count 7 is possession of cannabis. Then you have false imprisonment as well. Another case, burglary to an unoccupied conveyance and grand theft from April 11th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you, so let me review. So there's probable cause for burglary to an unoccupied conveyance. I didn't see a value for the items stolen from the victim's vehicle. Steve, do you see that? No.
I do not see a value either, Judge.
You don't just stay away orders on these grand theft charges. Count 1, burglary is $2,500. Count 2, there's probable cause for petty theft. I'll set that bond at $500, even though it's a second misdemeanor.
Judge, Mr. Vasquez does not have funds for a bond. Would your honor consider house arrest? He does have a place he could stay on house arrest.
No, I'm not giving him house arrest with all those drugs. The other case I got to review. I'll call back after this Noel Cosme. Maybe the lady's ready to be heard. The other case, I gotta look at it. He had 27 baggies of cocaine. $15 pills of MDMA, and another baggie of crystal meth. It's possession with intent to sell crack cocaine. On F25, 8550, count 1 is, I'll leave it as possession of methamphetamine. Count 1 is $2,500. Count 2, there's probable cause for possession with intent to sell cocaine. That's $7,500.
You said 7,500?
Yeah, intent to sell.
Do you want to split the bond with the other ones where they charge conspiracy?
Okay, I'll set count. I'm sorry. Count 2 will be $5,000. Count 3 is the MDMA in there. Yeah, 15. Count 3 will be possession of MDMA. That will be $2,500. Count 4, possession of burglary tools. You want $1 on that?
That's fine.
All right. Count 5. 5 and 6 is the conspiracy for intent to sell crack cocaine and MDMA. That'll be 2,500. Count 5, 2,500. 2,500. Count 6. Count 7, possession of cannabis. Would be $1. He also had all those credit cards. I didn't charge him for that. And kept 8 is false name after arrest. I don't know. There was just $200 on that.
That's fine, Judge.
Okay. Oh, we kept stating the wrong name, that's why. I said Jose Vasquez, isn't that his name? Oh, I guess he gave the first name initially. Oh, he originally says he was Albert Boboda. Well, there's probable cause for count $8,000 bond. I'm sorry, $500 bond, count 8. All right.
Fiona, can you repeat the bonds?
2,500 count 1, 5,000 count 2, 2,500 count 3, $1 count 4, 2,500 count 5, 2,500 count 6, $1 count 7, 500 count 8.
Thank you.
Next is I'm sorry, yeah, Mr.
Mr. Postman, he's on page 4.
Can is Miss Jorles there? Can she unmute and put on her video? He says she has audio now. Can she do it? Or should I have to promote her again?
I don't know what happened to her.
Maybe she got fed up and left. I'm not calling this person. Why is he raising his hand? No, I'm looking for Miss Jorles. I don't see her now. Oh, too bad. Shame. She wrote it's working. The person waiting for Mr. Cosme left, so all right. You want me to pass it again, or you want me to just read the stay away order?
We could pass it, Judge, real fast.
Okay. Next is Ruben Diaz Lopez. Good morning, sir. Do you speak English?
Yes.
Sir, you were arrested for false report about placing a bomb or explosive device. This is from April 24th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So he reported a bomb in the courthouse on April 24th. There's probable cause for the charge. I'm setting a bond at $7,500. Have a nice day, sir. Next is Raul Gonzalez Del Sol.
Bond it out.
Thank you. Fine for June. Two cases. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for grand theft of a vehicle, driving as a habitual traffic offender, then strong arm robbery, criminal mischief, and battery. That case is from January 20th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So there's probable cause for the DWLS. What is it? Driving as a habitual traffic offender and grand theft. You're driving a stolen Mercedes. So on F258558, count 1 is $2,500 and count 2 is $2,500. Then the other case I got a review for January. Are you currently living with the victim whose initials are CR?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right, so sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are CR. No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay order, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. So there's probable cause for everything except criminal mischief, no value. So count one, strong arm robbery, I'll set it at $4,000. Count two, criminal mischief is $150, and count three, battery is $1,000. Have a nice day, sir. All right, next is Pascual Jimenez Aldevar.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Okay, good morning, sir. You were arrested for two cases: aggravated assault with a firearm and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, battery, and trespass after warning.
Buenos días, señor. Usted tiene dos acusaciones. Una es por asalto con agravantes con un arma de fuego y el otro es un asalto con agravantes con arma mortal y la invasión de propiedad.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Le voy a asignar la oficina de los defensores públicos para que lo represente.
I need a moment to review the arrest affidavit for probable cause.
Necesito un momento para revisar la affidavit de arresto para determinar causa justificada.
So on F-25A563, it's alleged he punched a lady in the face who he didn't know and he was holding a knife.
Se alega que el 25 y el 23 usted golpeó a una señora en la cara sin saber que usted tenía un arma o un cuchillo.
He hit the victim in the face.
Golpeó a la víctima en la cara.
He also pulled out a pocket knife.
Y también sacó una navaja.
He also followed her.
También la siguió.
So he's homeless and he's been sleeping in the laundry room of her apartment complex and she's afraid of him. I can understand that.
Es un sin techo, vive en la lavandería del edificio donde vive ella. Ella le tiene miedo. No
So
entiendo
you are
cómo puede
ordered to
pasar.
stay away from the alleged victim, Ivan Fuentes.
Señor, se le ordena permanecer alejado de la supuesta víctima Eileen Fuentes.
Even Fuentes. No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima directo o indirecto, en persona, por teléfono, por escrito o a través de terceras personas.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school, and place of employment at all times.
Y en todo momento debe permanecer alejado 500 metros de la víctima, el lugar de la víctima, la escuela, el lugar de empleo de la víctima en cualquier momento.
And also stay away from 1960 West Flagler Terrace in Miami, Florida, where the victim resides.
Y también debe permanecer alejado del 1960 West Flagler Terrace, que es el lugar donde vive la víctima. No puede acercarse a ese lugar para nada.
All right, in this case, count one, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon is $5,000. Count two, battery is $1,000, and count three, trespass after warning is $500.
En este caso, el primer cargo, que es agresión con agravante o de uso de arma de fuego, son $5,000 de fianza. En el segundo cargo por la agresión son $1,000 y traspasar invasión de la propiedad son $500.
The other case is also, it's as aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. With, it looks like victim, I'm not sure.
Essentially, this is what the charges that happened on the day he was arrested, whereas the first three counts were from April 11th.
Oh,
El otro cargo es por agresión con agravantes y arma mortal. Esencialmente esto ocurrió el día que fue arrestado. Los tres cargos anteriores son del 11 de abril.
he's waving a knife at the victim, and she's afraid.
Está esgrimiendo un cuchillo, una navaja a la víctima y está asustada.
To stay away from the same victim, I'm setting a bond in this case at $7,500.
Manténgase alejado de la víctima. Estoy fijando una fianza en este caso de $7,500.
Good day, sir.
Que tenga buen día, señor.
Next we have is Ricardo Rocha, page 10.
Mr. Roach is present. He speaks English and Spanish.
You were arrested for possession with intent to sell crystal meth and resisting an officer without violence. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Ms. Corey.
Looks like it's 4 baggies, Judge. I'd ask you to find probable cause for possession.
He's on the ground, passed out. Looks like he's lucky he didn't get any fentanyl enough to kill him. It says he has four large 4x4-inch baggies with crystal meth inside a fanny pack. That's fine. It looks like possession. He's a user. I'll set a bond. I'll give him, do you want tap alternate bond, $2,500 count one and $500 count two. Maybe they can give him drug counseling. Have a nice day, sir. Next case is Roger Rios. There's somebody here for him. Now you can raise your hand and I'll promote you. Who's here? Mr. Diaz? Thank you. I guess he's the dad. Good morning, Mr. Rios. Do you speak English?
Good afternoon, Ms. Glazer.
Good morning. Good afternoon, sir. Your father's here, I guess, the alleged victim. Mr. Rios, Senior, if you want to raise your hand, I'm happy to promote you. I thought I did. Can you unmute and put on your video? Mr. Diaz. Can you tell him in Spanish? There. Do you speak English, Mr. Diaz?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you today?
Pretty good. And yourself?
Good. Raise your right hand.
I'm not the father. I'm the victim.
Oh, I know. I thought you're his father, no?
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay, you're the victim. Pardon me. Mr. Diaz, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
I do.
Thank you. Let me just review the arrest affidavit real quick. Oh, he was observed throwing a rock at Mr. Diaz's truck windshield. And he is 35 years old. Okay. All right, Mr. Diaz, you swore to tell the truth, right? So what is your name?
Ozzy Diaz.
This one, I'm so tired. Okay, thank you. What do you want to tell the court, sir?
Well, this is not just the first, I have a restraining order on him. He's not supposed to make any contact, stay 50 feet away. And I have several police reports from after when the restraining order was issued to where I've had to call the police again because he doesn't obey the restraining order. Last Friday, I had to call again because my daughter was in the backyard playing volleyball with her friend, and he proceeded to harass them, banging on the fence, making her cry and come inside the house. So at this point, I'm in fear for my life and my family's life.
I understand. What was the damage to your vehicle? Do you know what it will cost to fix your window or windshield?
He threw a huge rock at my windshield about 5 times and slashed both of my right tires.
Do you know what is the cost to repair the windshield and the tires?
I believe the cost for the windshield was about $350, and the 2 tires came out to $298.
Does he live next door, or his father lives next door?
He lives at his parents' house next door, but apparently they just removed him from the property.
Okay. All right, Ms. Corey, any questions for Mr. Diaz?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, does the state have any follow-up questions for Mr. Diaz?
No, Judge.
And there's a valid injunction. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from Aziel Diaz, the alleged victim. No contact with him, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from his home, school, and place of employment at all times. Stay away from 3500 Southwest 126th Avenue in Miami, Florida. Do you understand that stay away order, sir? I hope you do, because
Is it 3,500, Judge?
That's his parents' house. My house is 3520.
Pardon me, stay away
Right
from,
next door.
thank you, I'm sorry. Stay away from 3520 Southwest 126th Avenue. You have to stay at least 500 feet away from that home. So I'm setting the bond as follows. Count 1, criminal mischief. It looks like it's over $500, but under 1,000. So count 1 is a $500 bond. Count 2, violation of an injunction. There's probable cause for that charge. I'm setting that at $1,000, and that's plus house arrest with a GPS monitor. I'll do level 3 house arrest with a curfew from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. You need to stay away from Mr. Diaz in his home. And if you violate that court stay away order again, you'll be locked up in jail until the trial. So you have a bond of $1,500 plus house arrest, and you need to stay indoors between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
You understand?
I disagree with this,
Do you understand?
but I understand.
Great, there's nothing, that's the law. So, all right, thank you, Mr. Diaz, for coming in. If there's any other issues, please contact the police or the state attorney's office.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any luck with Mr. Cosme, the lady trying to come in?
Yes, she logged back in, Judge.
Let's promote her. Here she is. Hopefully we have better luck this time. Ms. Jorals, do you speak English? You're free to go, Mr. Diaz.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Señora Horles, ¿habla inglés?
Does he need the interpreter?
Yes, he needs the interpreter, for sure.
Thank you.
We're going back to Mr. Cosme, number 13, correction.
Ms. Girls, please unmute and put on your video.
Hola,
Perfect.
Hello.
¿me oyen?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I need to see you. Can you put on the video, please?
La veo, pero necesito verla. ¿Puede por favor activar el video?
Sí, estoy aquí desde mi laptop. Deme un segundo que no me vaya yo a salir otra vez.
Yes, I'm here on my laptop. Give me a moment so I don't log out again.
Estoy aquí. Ok, una planta.
I'm here, okay.
Good morning. I don't see you. Can you make it so I can see you?
She needs to slide the window over the
No
camera.
sé por qué no me veo.
Bueno, en la parte de arriba de la laptop, de la pantalla, hay una cosita, un botoncito que corre hacia un lado. Córralo hacia el
the
otro
other way.
lado.
The other way.
Ok, listo.
Raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
Por favor, levante su mano derecha para prestar juramento.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth, if so state I do?
Usted jura que el testimonio que va a dar en este procedimiento va a ser la verdad. Si es así, diga sí.
Sí.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hand down.
Gracias. Baja la mano.
What is your name, please?
Por favor, ¿cuál es su nombre?
Francesca Horles Natter.
Francesca Horles Nati.
Are you afraid of Noel Cosme?
Señora, ¿usted tiene miedo de Noel Cosme?
No.
No.
You want the court to enter an order requiring him to stay away from you?
¿Quiere que el juzgado emita una orden exigiéndole que se mantenga alejado de usted?
No al momento.
Not at the moment.
Okay. Has anybody forced you or threatened you to come to court today to make the statement?
¿Alguna persona la ha forzado, la ha coaccionado para que viniera al tribunal a dar esta declaración?
No.
No.
Any questions for Miss Jorals?
No,
¿El
Judge.
Estado tiene alguna pregunta para la señora George? No, jueza.
Miss Corey, any questions?
No, Judge. No
¿Señora
question.
Correa, alguna pregunta? No, no, juez, ninguna pregunta.
There is probable cause for the charge of robbery by sudden snatching. So, sir, I'm going to enter a modified stay away order from the alleged victim, Francesca Jorals.
Existe causa justificada para la acusación de robo por arrebato y voy a emitir una orden de alejamiento de la señora George.
You are allowed to have contact with the alleged victim. You are prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards her in any manner whatsoever.
Se le permite tener contacto con la supuesta víctima, pero no debe tener ninguna actitud de agresión y violencia hacia ella.
And also do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
Tampoco debe involucrarse en ninguna actividad delictiva ni poseer, consumir ninguna droga.
And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
Y no puede utilizar, poseer o comprar ningún arma o munición.
And do not use, you must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Debe entregar inmediatamente cualquier arma, munición o permiso de porte de arma en la estación de policía más cercana y presentar el recibo al tribunal.
You understand the modified stay away order, only friendly, nonviolent contact is permitted and you cannot use or possess a firearm.
Entiende la orden de alejamiento, únicamente puede haber contacto amigable y no puede utilizar ni poseer armas de fuego.
Sí.
Not you, him.
Yes. No, él.
Ah,
Yes.
Yes.
okay.
All right, do you both live in Pennsylvania?
¿Los dos viven en Pensilvania?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay. Where do you live, sir?
Señor, ¿dónde vive usted?
Puerto Rico.
Oh, he lives in Puerto Rico. Okay. Ma'am, where do you live?
Señora, ¿dónde vive usted?
En Ciales, en el distante realmente.
Ciales, quite a distance.
Yo
Actually.
vivo en el centro de la isla y él vive en el lado este de la isla,
Where?
bastante
Él
lejos.
I live in the center of the island and he lives on the east of the island, so we're quite far.
You both live in Puerto Rico.
Los dos viven en Puerto Rico.
Sí.
Oh,
Yes.
Are you in Puerto Rico now or in Miami?
¿Y usted está ahorita allá? ¿Está en Puerto Rico o en Miami?
En mi casa. Yo en mi casa. Obviamente yo, obviamente. En las calles.
In my house? Yes, in my house. Obviously, I'm not on the street.
Because it shows here a permanent address form in Pennsylvania. That's why I asked.
Le pregunté por qué aparece como una dirección permanente en Pensilvania.
Okay, Ms. Corey, what do you want me to do?
I would ask that you release him on his own recognizance, Judge. It looks like he was just trying not to have her book a second hotel room that he had already booked when she was intoxicated, so it doesn't look like there's any malice, Judge.
Pues le pido que lo deje en libertad bajo su propia responsabilidad. Aparentemente él estaba tratando de evitar que ella reservara otra habitación de hotel. Cuando ya él tenía una habitación de hotel, ella estaba embriagada. Creo que no hubo ninguna malicia.
Okay, state any objection?
¿Alguna objeción por parte del Estado?
To it just being ROR, that would be overstate's objection if you did that.
Okay, thank you.
Solamente para liberación bajo su propia responsabilidad. El Estado no tiene objeción.
I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. Make sure to keep all future court dates because if you miss court, you're going to get an arrest warrant issued for you.
Voy a liberarlo bajo su propia responsabilidad. Asegúrese de mantenerse al día con todas las audiencias que tenga. Si no comparece ante el tribunal, voy a emitir una orden de arresto.
Okay, so he can get out of jail for free. Just stay out of trouble. Have a nice day. Thank you for coming in, ma'am.
Puede salir de la cárcel sin pago. Manténgase alejado de cualquier problema. Gracias, señora, por comparecer.
Ms. Corey, you have an address in Pennsylvania form. You may want to file his correct address for Puerto Rico to get mail. All right, we're almost done. A few more left. Next case is Sean Brown. You're free to go, Miss Jules. Have a nice day.
Thank you too.
NBC, Your Honor.
Thank you. NBC for Brown. Ms. Corey, you want, she's busy. Give us. All right, Sean Brown is
We'll waive his presence.
what
Judge,
was
Mr. Cosma says thank you very much. He's very appreciative.
Yep. So
we'll waive his presence.
probable cause, appoint the public defender's office, waive presence, bond is $2,500.
And he refused or NBC?
NBC.
NBC.
Next we have is James Clinton, page 13.
NBC.
We'll waive his presence.
Appoint the public defender's office, waive presence. First probable cause, $2,500.
And Mr. Cliffield, do you have the name of the alleged victim?
Yes, the victim's name is Lorenzo Bailey, Bailey.
Thank you.
Henry Miles is next, page 13. It says added charge. Did he refuse or is he?
NBC.
We'll waive his presence.
Appoint the public defender's office, waive presence. Bond is $5,000. Appointing public defender's office, waiving presence. Okay, next we have Kareem Sierra, page 14.
NBC.
We'll waive his presence.
Appoint the public defender's office, waive presence. There's probable cause, $2,500.
Do you need the victim's name on this one, Ms. Corey?
Yes,
It is Antonio Cruz.
thank you.
And we have Robert Young, page 15.
Who did you call, Your Honor?
Rory Chung, page 15.
NBC.
Oh, wait, this present.
Appoint the public defender's office, waive presence, bond is $2,500. I think it's the same victim as last case.
Yes.
Then we have Quadir Wilson, page 15.
NBC.
Oh, wait, this present.
Appoint the public defender's office, waive presence. There's probable cause to $2,500 bonds, appointing public defender's office, waiving presence.
We'll need the name of the alleged victim.
The name is Trevor Bell.
Thank you.
All right, so we're all done with the morning calendar. Just so we're clear, I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson, Quadir Wilson is a $2,500 bond. Now we're done with the morning calendar. Can we start at 1:45, please?
Yes.
Thank you. See everybody at 1:45.
See you, Judge.
I need everybody to please stand up, raise your right hand to be sworn in by our clerk. All right. Go ahead.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do.
Say I do, say I do. Say I do. I do.
All right, please be seated. Madam Interpreter, you want to raise your right hand to be sworn, please?
Good morning.
Good
Do you
afternoon.
swear that you will well and faithfully interpret from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, questions asked and the answers given to the best of your ability, and that you have such ability?
I do. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. If there's anybody here for a case on Zoom, please type the defendant's name in the chat room.
Si hay alguna persona en la sesión de Zoom, por favor escriba en el chat el nombre de la persona acusada.
Okay, let's begin. Can the attorneys announce, please state?
Assistant State Attorney Isaac Lickfield.
All right, I'm going to promote Ms. Rice.
Assistant Public Defender, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Right, Ms. Romas here as well from this.
Judge, can you make me a co-host, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Romas, how are you doing? Any luck with was it Courtney Blake?
I was on mute. I did not have any luck. I left messages for 3 prosecutors, but have not received a call back. So the best we can do is maybe reset for tomorrow and hope someone will contact me. I'll keep trying.
Okay, thank you. If you get anything, we'll be here probably an hour or more. If you want to come back today and you get.
Okay, did you say about an hour more?
Now, we're just getting started and we have 8 pages, so we're looking at, I don't think we'll finish before 3:30.
Okay, if I hear back, then I'll log back on.
Okay, also the case for Love Lady, I went upstairs, she's set for Wednesday. So it'll be set at Thursday, so that'll be good.
Okay, great.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So can you, if anybody sees Miss Blake, can you tell her we reset it for tomorrow?
Yes, I have to get her message, Judge.
All right, now we have Courtney Reardon, page 1. I'll have also an officer here for cause hearing too. Who's the officer for the probable cause hearing? Officer Becerra?
Who's having audio issues? I don't know if they're still having audio issues.
Go ahead, Ms. Reardon. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Arrested for 1 count of arson, a first-degree felony. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. This is from April 24th, where the police got a report that a house was lit on fire and then someone fled in an unknown Mercedes sedan. They found the victim asking for help. They were able to extinguish the fire with a water hose. So she used to live in the location, but left in December 2024. She had a small red glass canister, entered the curtilage of the property. Defendant said, "Good morning." The victim 2 walked to the rear of the property. Victim 2 smelled the gasoline emitting from the gas canister as she passed her. And then a few minutes passed, defendant returned to the front of the property without the red gas canister, got back in the Mercedes and fled. Then victim 2 heard a woman yelling for help from the rear of the property. And then victim 2 saw a fire on the exterior wall. And they used a water hose to extinguish the fire. And they got their small red plastic gas canister located next to the rear exterior wall. So, Ms. Cordy, any arguments you want to make or no?
Yes, Judge, there does not appear to be any intent. It looks like on page 3, according to the police, that Ms. Reardon made a statement that a resident by the name of Linda asked her to bring some gasoline to the house. But there's nothing indicating that Ms. Reardon was the one that ignited anything.
Okay. I think there's enough evidence of her walking back to the back of the house with the red canister and then a fire right as she's walking away without the canister. But ma'am, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victims whose initials are YH, LH, JL, and IF. No contact with these alleged victims, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their home and school, and place of employment at all times. And stay away from the victim's property. It's located, you didn't put it in here. Oh, it's 6521 Northwest First Place in Miami, Florida. All right, so state, you filed a motion for pretrial detention for this?
It was a first-degree arson. It meets the statute.
Judge's charges 4 counts. I would ask if you would grant them any bond for Miss Reardon.
Look at this again.
I see no prior history.
No, I think I need to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention. It's up to the division judge to release her, but it is an arson. The exterior wall was on fire and that was attached to the house. So it's no bond on, I think it's 1 count of arson, no bond on count 1. Do you want $1 on 2, 3, and 4? You want release outright?
I'll take $1 since you're holding her no bond.
$1 count 2, $1 count 3, and $1 count 4. And you'll have to see the judge tomorrow. Good luck to you, ma'am. Next, we have Cassandra Stuckey. I missed, oh, I gotta call the one for the detective, the PCH. Do we have the detective here? That will be next. If he can, if it's working. Do you see the PCH case? I can follow.
Officer Becerra, can you unmute and turn your camera on? We'll give you a
Yeah,
case
we're doing Miss Stuckey. Hi, Miss Stuckey. You were arrested for 1 count of attempted second-degree murder and 1 count of possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Miss Corey, anything you want to add?
Yes, Judge, I asked you to find no probable cause for count 1. At best, it looks like aggravated assault or shooting and throwing a deadly missile. There's nothing indicating any intent to kill. If she had really intended to kill him, she could have walked a foot or 2 into the room and done it at close proximity if they're saying that she was that close.
Mr. Whitfield, do you have a response?
Yeah, the door was closed, so she shot through the door at him. She was still trying to hit him, and she shot multiple times, like somewhere between 3 and 5 shots.
Isn't that a deadly missile?
I'm sorry, defending herself?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said, Judge.
Throwing or shooting a deadly missile, isn't that the better charge? More appropriate charge? It could be. Anyway, so now you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are LS. No contact with that victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You may return, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times. And you may return to the victim's residence one time only with a police officer within 48 hours of your release from jail to get your personal belongings. If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. Do you understand the stay away order? Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So I think the better charge is it's either, I think it's throwing or shooting a deadly missile, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon as well. Count one is a $7,500 bond, and count two is $5,000. So I'm denying the state's motion for pretrial detention. That's to count one. Have a good day, ma'am. But what's the case for the probable cause hearing? I have a detective here.
I believe this is 8537.
And you didn't?
Which is defendant Martin Perez. This might be the other arson case.
All right. I don't know who this lady is. I would call her up. Bianca Molina. Molina, you were arrested for resisting an officer with violence. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. All right, there's probable cause for the charge. You want to set a bond of $2,500. So can we bring in Martin Perez on page 4, please? There's a detective here.
Coming up, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Judge, Miss Molina, would Your Honor be willing to consider house arrest? She's not sure she's going to have funds for the bond.
State, do you have an objection? Do you have this? Does she have any?
No, Judge.
Okay, a house arrest with a GPS monitor, alternate bond is $2,500. And it's going to be level 3 house arrest with a curfew from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Thank you.
Can you, next we need Martin Perez, please, page 4.
So she wasn't able to get a hold of a private attorney.
If I can get a state attorney, I mean.
All right, let me hear from the officer.
I'm there.
Hearing. 1 second, officer, raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Please tell me your name and what police department you work for.
Officer Becerra with the Homestead Police Department.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, state.
Hello, officer. So this is in regards to Martin Perez and the arson investigation. If you could describe the arson investigation that led you to believe that this man was the one who did it.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Based on Lieutenant Alexander and Fire Marshal Toby and myself, they determined, and myself, was an incendiary fire as long as arson, being that there was no one else in the house at the time that the house was engulfed in flames. It was not a natural fire. And there was no, with the fire marshal as well as with the lieutenant, there was no other electronics or no damaged or malfunctioning electronic items that would have caused the fire.
Alrighty, I think that was the issue with the PC, correct? That we didn't have the explicit proof of what caused the fire, and now we have that he's the only one in the house and that no electronics were malfunctioning. Did we find what started the fire, what he used as a fire starter?
We did not. I did not. You can reference Lieutenant Alexander's case or Fire Marshal Toby's case number, but I believe it was the fire started, I believe, on the couch. I don't believe that it was determined exactly what was what was it or what tool started the fire, but I believe the fire started on the couch.
I don't have any further questions.
Well, since he doesn't have a lawyer here, officer, who started the fire?
I'm sorry?
Who do you think started this fire?
Based on the investigation that Lieutenant Alexander and Fire Marshal Toby concluded and determined that it was the only other person, as well as myself, being that there was nobody else in the house. When the fire began in the house, the only person coming out of the house was the offender, Mr. Perez.
Okay, so how bad was the fire?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Did the fire destroy the house?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Perez make any statements?
I was not there when they apprehended Mr. Perez. I came after.
Okay, thank you. All right. I don't know what degree arson it is, but there's probable cause for arson. I just got to figure out which degree it is. Sir, do you live at this? Was this his home or no? This is not his. Who lived at this home, Mr. Detective? Whose home was it?
Officer, I believe it is his daughter's home.
And what's her name?
Jocelyn Perez.
Got it. Okay, got it. All right. I already read the stay away order from Jocelyn Perez. Okay. So let me just go pull the statute. I'm not sure if it's a first or second degree arson. 806.01. And so you said there was nobody else in the home at the time of the fire?
No, there was not.
Okay. There's probable cause for first degree arson on F258537. You want me to reset this case tomorrow for an attorney for you, sir?
Me? Can I have a public defender represent me until I can get out and I can't get a hold of nobody?
Okay. I'll appoint the public defender's office for you for purposes of this first appearance hearing only, subject to financial verification.
Yeah, I'll get my own attorney as soon as I get out.
So Judge, I ask that you find no probable cause in F258537. There's nothing indicating that any fire was intentionally set by Mr. Perez. They don't know how the fire was set. They don't know what set it, what the initial cause was. There's nothing indicating it's not any sort of accident. There's nothing, Judge, indicating how this fire was started. And arson is an intentional crime.
You know, if you had permission to be inside the house, Officer Becerra?
He was at one point locked outside of the house, and then I believe the daughter allowed him remotely, gave him access to re-enter the house when nobody was inside.
I disagree. He says it was started on the couch. They don't know the way it started, but it was an incendiary fire that was lit on purpose. That's according to the testimony. So for purposes of this first appearance hearing, there's probable cause for first-degree arson. So I'm going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing on this case, F25-8537, and hold them with no bond. You're going to see a judge tomorrow, and that judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention. And then the other case, is there an officer here to testify or no? On the other case regarding damages for criminal mischief? Do you know anything about the other case for the criminal mischief?
I do not. I came, as I said, I came after the fact to handle the arson portion when the fire marshal and the fire rescue, the lieutenant fire rescue were there. The official primary officer was no longer on scene.
All right. One second. So there's probable cause. One second. Ms. Corey, did you have anything on this case?
Nothing except for value, Judge, for count 2.
All right, so count 1, there's probable cause for aggravated battery on a pregnant victim. That's going to be a $7,500 bond. And count 2, criminal mischief, there's no value, $500. All right, thank you for coming in, officer.
Thank you, Your Honor. You guys have a good day.
Thank you, officer.
Page 1 is Bianca Molina.
We already addressed her, Your Honor.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I have the wrong paper here. Then we have Latoya Sanchi, page 1. Good afternoon. Ma'am, you were arrested for filing a false or fraudulent insurance claim, organized fraud, first-degree felony, unlawful use of a communications device, $300 or more, perjury, and official proceedings. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. I need a moment to review the arrest affidavit for probable cause. It goes back to October of 2022. All right. State, are you okay with, wait a minute. I believe there's probable cause. I'm trying to see if she got any money or if they discovered the fraudulent claim before. Our attorney filed a lawsuit alleging injuries from slip and fall. I'm okay with pre-trial. Pre-trial services alternate bond count 1. Count 1 to $2,500. Count 2 organized fraud is $2,500. Count 3.
Not sure what this for that. I'm okay with $1, Judge.
Count 3 $1. Count 4 $2,500. Make sure to keep all future court dates, ma'am.
Try to be.
Next is Junior Lopez Gonzalez, page 2. Does she have hospital benefits?
And Judge, Ms. Lopez Gonzalez, she did not have active benefits.
I'm sorry to hear that. So I'll just set a bond on each case. What do you want me to set? 7,500 each case. Next is Saquonda Warren on page 2.
President, this is for probable cause hearing. I don't see Officer Bailey.
If Officer Bailey is in the Zoom call, please raise your hand.
So nobody's here. You want me to reset it tomorrow for probable cause, or you want me to set the bond now for battery?
I would request the reset to tomorrow. I think it's a stabbing. I think it's pretty clear. So
Reset for probable cause hearing tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow.
She was arrested at 1:03 in the morning on the 27th. That'll be past the 48 hours, Judge.
Today's the 28th. 27th. There's good cause. The officer's not available. I'll reset it till tomorrow morning. If they're not here, then I'll dispose of it.
How do we know they're not available?
Not because he subpoenaed him. He's not here. You want to try and get any other information?
I can try giving them a phone call, see if their number is available.
I'll pass it in a few minutes. You can get in your office. Jesus Galindo is next. Just have a seat. We'll be with you shortly, ma'am. Jesus Galindo is next. Let's bring him in. Jesus Galindo. Come on down.
You refuse, Your Honor.
Thank you. There's probable cause. Reset it tomorrow. Next is Now, Flores?
I was unable to get Officer Bailey on the phone. I tried calling and went to voicemail.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Arrested for burglary with an assault or battery and criminal mischief. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Allanamiento con agresión verbal o agresión física son las acusaciones contra usted. Le voy a nombrar al abogado de oficio que lo va a representar.
Okay. So give me a moment to review the arrest affidavit for probable cause.
Me voy a leer el informe de arresto para ver si hay motivo fundado para su arresto.
So I guess he's upset there's loud noises or loud banging noises from the victim's, I'm sorry, complaining about noise from the victim's apartment. So he enters the victim's apartment and then punches the victim on the right side of his face and then leaves.
Se oyen unos ruidos como que está molesto, se oyen unos ruidos en el apartamento de la víctima. Parece que entra en el apartamento, le da con el puño en el lado derecho de la cara y después se va.
So you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Johnny Flores.
Ok, señor, se le pone una orden de alejamiento de la víctima, Danny Flores.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima ni de manera directa, ni indirecta, ni a través de terceras personas.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
Ni en persona, ni por escrito, ni a través de las redes sociales, ni a través de ninguna otra forma electrónica.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home and school and place of employment at all times.
Debe mantener un mínimo de 500 pies de distancia del domicilio de la víctima, de su trabajo, si va a clases también de su institución educacional.
Also, you may return to your residence, which is next to the victim's residence, one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail.
También va a tener usted 48 horas a raíz de que le den la libertad para regresar una sola vez al domicilio de usted, que está justo al lado del domicilio de la víctima. Usted puede ir a recoger sus cosas.
That's so you have to go with a police officer so that you can get your personal belongings.
Tiene que ir acompañado de la víctima para usted recoger sus pertenencias.
All right, so anyway, the state filed a motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing pursuant to the Florida statute, yes?
I would ask if you would be willing to consider denying the state's motion and setting a bond for Mr. Torres. I see no prior history, Judge. He's been in Miami about the last 10 years or so.
Your Honor, la Fiscalía también está presentando una moción para que se le mantenga aquí en detención pendiente de audiencia. La defensa está pidiendo a su señoría que le niegue esa moción a la Fiscalía hoy y que le ponga fianza. Dice que lleva como 10 años aquí viviendo en el país.
Okay, State, do you have an objection to the court setting a bond and not holding him based on your motion for pretrial detention?
El tribunal le pregunta a la Fiscalía si se va a oponer, si tiene algún problema porque le fije una fianza para poder salir en libertad pendiente de su caso.
It would be over a state's objection. He lives in the same building as this guy and was damaged his window before he then forced his way inside to attack him. So if you do so, it would be over my objection.
El fiscal se opone a que le pongan fianza o le dejen salir bajo fianza. Él rompió la ventana y de todos modos atacó a la víctima. Así que sería, a pesar de mi objeción, si usted le concede fianza, dice la Fiscalía.
Have to hold him no bond. I'm granting state's motion. There's probable cause for burglary with an assault or battery. So no bond, count one, $150, count two.
Le tengo que retener bajo fianza, le tengo que conceder la moción a la fiscalía porque es un allanamiento con amenazas verbales y con agresión física. Le sujeto sin fianza en el cargo número 1 y en el cargo número 2, $150 de fianza.
A judge tomorrow, and that judge will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detentions, or maybe they'll agree to release you. It's up to the judge tomorrow.
Mañana le van a presentar ante el juez de su división, el cual va a tomar decisión mañana si pone fecha para audiencia para la moción de la Fiscalía de Detención previa a juicio o si le ponen algún tipo de fianza. Mañana lo decide ese juez.
And next we have Miguel Martinez.
Spanish, please. We'll waive reading.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for serious charge. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Buenas tardes, señor. Está acusado o le arrestaron por unas acusaciones serias. Le voy a nombrar el abogado de oficio que lo va a representar.
There is probable cause for the charge.
Existe motivo fundado para la acusación.
You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are AM.
Tiene usted una orden de alejamiento de la víctima cuyas iniciales son AM.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con la víctima de manera directa, ni indirecta, ni en persona, ni por teléfono, ni a través de terceras personas.
And stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, and school at all times.
Mantenga un mínimo de 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, de su domicilio, de su trabajo, si va a clases de su institución educacional en todo momento.
So I'm granting the state's motion for pretrial detention and holding you with no bond. You're going to see a judge tomorrow who will set a final hearing on the state's motion for pretrial detention.
Le estoy concediendo la moción a la Fiscalía de Detención previa a juicio. Mañana le van a presentar ante un juez que va a poner audiencia final para celebrar la moción de la Fiscalía. Le estoy reteniendo sin fianza. Tenga buenas tardes.
Have a good day. Next, we have Oliver D.
Tenga buen día.
Corrections, he's no bond.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for possession of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Do you understand English?
Spanish? Spanish.
Spanish, please.
Tenencia de cocaína es la acusación que confronta, señor. Le nombró el abogado de oficio que lo va a representar.
There's probable cause for the charge. What happened to his DUI case, corrections?
Pretrial alternate 1,000.
Existe motivo fundado para la acusación. Corrections informa qué fue lo que pasó con el caso de DUI, que le dieron los servicios de liberación sin costo alguno.
I would ask the same judge.
How long have you lived in Miami, sir?
La defensa pide lo mismo, el programa que lo saque libertad. ¿Cuánto tiempo lleva viviendo en Miami? Le pregunta la jueza.
Como 15 años, 14.
For about 15 years, 14.
Okay, pretrial services alternate bond, $2,500. Have a nice day.
Ok, PTS, servicios de liberación sin costo alguno como alternativa fianza de $2,500. Tenga buen día.
What's his name? And next is Gianmarco Massari. To speak English. I can't deal with this. I got the victim on Zoom who doesn't speak English. It says a fight between two brothers. Let me see what it says.
That's a phone.
Let me just read this real quick. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for battery on a person age 65 or older and battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. And I have to get him on the phone here. Yeah, he's the victim. Can you put him on the phone, please? Is he there? I'm any of the interpreter's assistants, the victim's on the phone.
Yes, I'm here. The interpreter is present.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Buenas tardes, señor. Levante la mano derecha para ponerle bajo juramento, por favor.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
¿Jura o afirma que el testimonio que va a dar en este proceso va a ser la verdad y toda la verdad? Conteste si es así.
Sir?
Señor.
Vincent Massari, are you there?
Sí.
I'm speaking
Yes.
to you. Do you swear to tell the truth?
Le estoy hablando a usted, señor. ¿Jura decir la verdad?
Well, I can't help him.
Lo siento, no le puedo ayudar.
Do you swear to tell the truth?
¿Usted jura decir la verdad?
Sí.
Yes.
All right, what is your name, please?
¿Cómo se llama, señor, por favor?
¿Cómo se llama?
I'm sorry. Dígalo otra vez.
Vincent Massari.
Are you afraid of your son, Jean Marco?
¿Usted le tiene miedo a su hijo, Jean Marco?
No.
No.
You want the court to order him to stay away from you?
¿Usted quiere que este tribunal le ponga una orden que le ordene que se mantenga alejado de usted?
No.
No.
Okay, are you afraid of your son?
¿Le tiene miedo usted a su hijo?
No.
No.
All right. What about, is Daniel Aguilar there?
Daniel Aguilar está ahí, por favor.
No sé si está fuera de la casa, no sé si va.
I don't know if he's outside the house.
Does he live with you too?
¿Él vive con usted también?
Sí.
Yes.
So unless I hear from Daniel, he still has to move out of the house, because if Daniel's not here, I have to enter a stay away order against Daniel.
A menos que yo escuche de Daniel, él no va a poder regresar a la casa porque necesito poner una orden de alejamiento, si no, a favor de Daniel, si no escucho de él.
Judge, Mr. Massari's mom, I think, is logged in. He probably could stay with her. We could confirm if you'd like.
I don't need to hear from everybody else. That's fine. Okay. So, sir, Mr. Jean Marco Massari, I'm going to enter a stay away order from your brother, Daniel Aguilar.
That's not my brother.
Stepbrother, Daniel Aguilar. No contact with the alleged victim, either Daniel Aguilar, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from that victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times. Can you just let his father know I ordered him to stay away from Daniel Aguilar?
Aunque le estamos poniendo una orden de alejamiento a favor de Daniel Aguilar.
So with regard to your father, Vincent Massari, you are allowed to have contact with that victim. You are prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards him in any manner whatsoever.
En cuanto al señor Vincent Gassari, su papá, le vamos a hay una orden de alejamiento modificada, solamente puede tener contacto pacífico, sin violencia y sin agresividad.
And also, do not engage in any criminal activity, do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. Also, you may return to the victim, Daniel Aguilar's home one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail with a police officer so that you can retrieve your personal belongings.
Él solamente puede ir una vez a la casa de Daniel Aguilar, acompañado de la policía. Tiene 48 horas para ir a recuperar sus pertenencias.
And if you go to that home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested.
Si él va a la casa y se permanece ahí y no va acompañado de la policía para recoger sus cosas, entonces lo volverán a arrestar.
As to your father, it's a modified stay away order and you can have contact with your father.
A petición del padre, la orden de alejamiento va a ser modificada. Sí puede tener contacto con el papá con tanto pacífico.
You understand everything, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I don't see an age here, so it's probable cause for battery, 2 counts of battery. So I'll give him pretrial services, alternate bond, $1,000 count 1 and $1,000 count 2. So can you let his father know I released him to pretrial services and he's gonna have to find somewhere else to live that's not in his home since the
Ok, le estamos dando los servicios de liberación sin costo alguno mientras tiene el caso pendiente su hijo, pero no puede regresar a la casa porque tiene una orden de alejamiento, solamente puede ir acompañado de la policía a recoger sus pertenencias.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Gracias, que tenga buen día.
Gracias, usted. Gracias.
Thank you, you too, thanks.
Next case we have is Yandis Pereira Salgado.
NBC, Your Honor, reset for tomorrow.
Tomorrow, NBC. Edwin Meza Correa, page 4.
Present, here for probable cause hearing on count 1.
Would you
He received $1,000 plus GPS on his misdemeanor DV case. He also has a hold for immigration.
Okay. Mr. Whitfield, did you reach Officer Aguilar?
Officer Aguilar, are you present? If you are, please raise your hand so we can promote you. I sent emails and I know a subpoena was sent, but I didn't get a response from this officer.
All right, so, but probable cause as to count 1. There's no probable cause for count 1. It's battery only, which is the same as count 2. So count 1 will be released outright unless you want $1, Miss Corey.
$1's fine.
Count 2 will be $1. I'm sorry, count 1 is $1, count 2 battery is $1,000 bond, and count 3 resisting without violence is $500. And you have an immigration hold, you may want to consult with an attorney before you put your bond. Have a nice day, sir. I was like, stay away order this morning. Next case is Sergio Hernandez Vega, page 5. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you, unless you can afford a private lawyer. Let me see something. Do you own your home?
Yeah, we
Do you own your
are,
home?
we are together.
Do you own the
No,
home?
no, no.
No, Judge.
Okay. Are you working?
Yeah, still works.
How much do you make a week?
Depends on the day, fluctuate, you know. I do window cleaning. If it rains, I don't get paid.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender's office for you. Let me review.
Judge, I'd ask you to find probable cause for simple assault. It says it's a chair, it does not describe the type of chair.
I didn't try it.
Okay. Any objection? You're right.
I mean, it doesn't say what kind of chair, but generally hitting somebody with a chair is going to hurt more than just a fist. But it doesn't say what type of chair it was. I agree.
Okay, so there's probable cause for assault. While this case is pending, you're gonna have to find somewhere else to live. You can't live with the victim, Miss Monica Arias. So, and she's not here. Stay away from Monica Arias, the alleged victim. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school, a place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes, I do.
Right, thank you. It's probable cause for assault, a second-degree misdemeanor. Pretrial services, all $250. Have a nice day, sir. All right, next we have Tawant Faircloth.
Sorry,
Somebody-
pretrial alternate 250?
50, yes, probable cause for assault. Hello, Mr. David, I promoted you. Who are you?
I'm his father, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Here. Oh, I muted you by accident. Sorry. Let me promote you as a panelist so you can be heard. Good afternoon, Mr. Faircloth. You were arrested for one count of child abuse. And I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Also arrested for fleeing and eluding a police officer. Your father's here. Your mother's here. All the parents. What the father want to say? Can you hear me? I inadvertently muted him before. Let me see. Did Dad want to be heard? What do you want to say, sir?
I just wanted to see if he can get a bond. He never been in trouble. I don't know if it's a misunderstanding when the call came to us. I tried to get to the scene to see what was going on. So,
Going on. Who's the other person? His mom?
yes.
Okay. Let me read this.
Mom here.
Okay. You know your son's driving a Lamborghini at a high rate of speed. Let's see. What happened to his traffic matter, his fleeing?
$1.
$1? Okay. The fleeing's before me. Oh, that's before me. The reckless is a $1 bond. All right.
Yes.
So there was a 1-year-old sitting on the left of the occupant. He's driving like a crazy person with a 1-year-old child sitting on the left without a safety harness. Okay, are you the, is that his child, sir?
I don't know who child it was, Your Honor. I think it was his godson.
Okay. He was going 80 miles an hour in a 35-mile-an-hour zone, speeding, passing vehicles, swerving in and out of traffic. So you could have killed this child as well as yourself or somebody else. We don't have the victim's name. Okay. There's probable cause for the child, is it child abuse or child neglect? Ms. Corey, anything you want to say? It couldn't be child.
It does not appear to be child abuse.
I think it's culpable. Is it culpable negligence the correct charge?
I don't know if doesn't appear to be any injury to the child, Judge.
Reckless endangerment. I'm not sure what the correct charge is, Mr. Whitfield.
Child neglect or reckless endangerment definitely sound like they could both work.
Child neglect has to be his own child. It doesn't look like it's his own child. Let me see. Now I'm looking at both. That was easy. Yeah, let me take a look and see if I can find something. I don't think it's child abuse. Give him a ticket for not having the child in the restraint. Is it not contributing to the dependency of the child, maybe? Let me see. I don't know, Mr. Whitfield, you're the state. When you file these things, what's the correct charge?
It sounds like it's reckless, which is
Reckless endangerment sounds like to me too.
I think that's incorporated in reckless, Judge, I think.
Do this one every day, so. One other thing I can look. Sorry, I'm slow.
It's essentially the reckless, anybody who drives any vehicle in willful or wanton disregard for the safety of persons or property. That's the definition of the reckless driving. So it seems to be under that statute, which is already charged.
This second, 82704, contributed to the dependency of a child. It says any person is contributing to the delinquency or dependency of the child, so.
I don't think a 1-year-old's gonna learn that behavior, Judge. I don't think that they're aware of what's going on at that age.
Do you agree? You want me $1 on that one? I have no idea.
I'm looking up the aggressive, careless. Yeah, no, I think $1 on that would be fine.
Child abuse at $1. Okay, I'll set a bond. Sir, do you work? What do you do?
Sports bet.
All I know is gambling is, why do you think the casinos always are very extravagant and people who go a lot of times don't make money? You gotta find a real job.
I got you, Your Honor.
They'd be very good at what you do if you're driving a Lamborghini, but one day, the luck runs out. The house always wins. You never heard of that?
Yes, I heard of that.
Why don't you go get a job? You work at the county or you go to college, you learn a trade. Maybe you want to go to law school. Betting's just, it's tough. I know it's a different generation now from when I grew up. All right, I'll set a bond. Count 1, the child abuse will be $1 because I don't believe there's probable cause for that. And count 2, fleeing and eluding. Oh, you're saying reckless. Isn't that the other?
That's the other charge that's already charged, Judge. Next.
Count 2, fleeing and eluding, there's probable cause. That's $2,500. So parents, you can post this bond.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right, you got money to post this bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. You don't want an ROR in count 1? They're gonna bond him out anyway.
That's fine, Judge.
Okay. ROR count 1, 2,500 count 2. Have a nice day.
You too, Your Honor. Sorry about that.
No, he's presumed not guilty. This is the way our justice system works.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand. Thank you a lot.
Have a nice day.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Your Honor, for
Thank you.
Miss Warren, are we resetting her or are we waiting for a police officer to come in?
I don't remember.
Naquanda Warren.
I tried to call the officer on this one and could not get through. This is the one with whether it's an aggravated. I'd be fine at this point just going with the regular battery because my PC hearing officer didn't show.
I need the paperwork back. Also, I need to call up Mr. So who is this? Mr. Gonzalez? After that, let's bring the lady back. What is her name?
Warren. Shaquanda Warren.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
Oh, actually, they're bringing her now, Judge, if you want to address it real fast, since she's here. Miss Warren's here. You want to do Miss Warren?
Miss Warren, I'll be with you in a minute. I know it's going to be a while. She can stand there and wait.
Okay. We'll need Spanish for Mr. Gonzalez.
Hi, Mr. Gonzalez. You were arrested for possession of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Hola, señor González. Lo arrestaron por tenencia de cocaína. Le voy a nombrar el abogado de oficio que lo va a representar.
There's probable cause for the charge.
Existe motivo fundado para la acusación.
How long have you lived in Miami for?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva viviendo en Miami?
3 años.
3 years.
3 years. Okay, I bet you didn't imagine when you came here 3 years ago that you'd be in jail for cocaine.
3 años, bueno, me imagino que cuando vino para acá no se imaginó que 3 años después le iban a arrestar por tenencia de cocaína.
Sir,
It's a hold for immigration.
sorry.
Tiene una retención de inmigración, lo siento.
Well, I'm sorry, I can't give you pretrial. What I was going to say is maybe you should get some drug counseling so you don't have problems with drugs.
Lo estaba diciendo más bien porque quizá puede recibir terapia para drogas para que no siga teniendo problemas con drogas.
Sir, I'm just going to set a bond. It's $2,500. Please be mindful if you post the bond. Immigration, I believe, has 48 hours to pick you up, so you may want to consult with a lawyer before you post your bond.
No puedo darle los servicios de liberación previo a juicio, le tengo que poner una fianza porque él lleva poco tiempo aquí, le tengo que dar una fianza de $2,500 Recuerde que tiene 48 horas inmigración para venir a recogerle porque tiene una retención de inmigración. Quizá debería consultar con un abogado antes de pagar cualquier fianza.
And also, if in the event there's no issue with the immigration, you may be eligible for the drug court program. That's something you should discuss with your attorney.
En caso que no tenga ningún problema con lo de inmigración y que no lo recojan, quizá es elegible para una corte que llaman la corte de la droga. Es una conversación que debería tener con sus abogados.
Have a nice day, sir. Good luck to you.
Que tenga buen día, señor, y buena suerte.
Calling up Shaquanda Warren from Port St. Lucie, Florida. Good afternoon, sworn. So there's no officer present. I'll just find probable cause for battery. Did I read the stay away order yet? Oh, I didn't write it here. Okay. So I'll set her bond at $1,000. Have a nice day. Next, Diane Ramirez, page 5.
He has a hold for immigration.
Okay.
Spanish, please.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for possession of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Buenas tardes, señor. Lo arrestaron por tenencia de cocaína. Le nombró el abogado de oficio que lo va a representar.
So there's, unfortunately, you have an immigration hold. You're going to have to, if you post the bond, you should contact an attorney first before you post the bond due to the immigration consequences.
Desafortunadamente tiene usted una retención de inmigración. Antes de pagar cualquier fianza, debería contratar con un abogado por lo de las consecuencias con inmigración.
Also, public defender's office is appointed. I'm setting a bond since there is probable cause.
Quedan nombrados los abogados de oficio que le están representando. Le voy a poner fianza ya que existe motivo fundado para la acusación.
$2,500. Have a nice day, sir. Good luck to you.
Son $2,500 de fianza. Señor, tenga buen día y buena suerte.
Next is Benjamin Bobbitt. Good afternoon, Mr. Bobbitt. You were arrested for 1 count of robbery by sudden snatching. It's a case from November 3rd of 2024. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Okay, sir, actually, can you afford to hire an attorney or no?
Indicates no.
Say something.
There's probable cause for the charge. So you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are MC. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition, you must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes.
All right, how long have you lived in Miami?
Man,
How long have you lived in Miami?
on and off, do a lot of work.
Do you see any priors for him, state?
He came in and it was in a straight bond of 1,000, and this charge was added later.
Say it again. He came in for what?
He came in on a DUI. He was given a straight bond of 1,000, and this charge was added later.
I'll set a bond on this case at $1,500.
How much, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
$1,500.
1,800.
Thank you. Next is Joanna Perez, page 6. Is anybody here from the hospital? No. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Perez. Do you speak English?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I speak English.
How are you? You got two cases, written threats to kill or to bodily injury. Then a case from June 24th of last year, false imprisonment, aggravated battery on a pregnant victim, and aggravated battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charges on F-25-8568. The other case, let's see. There's probable cause for both cases. So you were ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are CMS. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school, and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. 25-8569, there's probable cause for written threats to kill or do bodily injury. It's a $7,500 bond. That's going to be plus house arrest with a GPS monitor, level 3 house arrest. And with a curfew from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. And then the other case, F-25-8568, there's probable cause for the charges. False imprisonment will be $2,500. Count 2 aggravated battery on a pregnant victim is $5,000, and count 3 aggravated battery, I'm splitting all of them, it's 2,500. I mean, I'm splitting 2 and 3. Plus house arrest level 3 with curfew 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Good luck to you, sir. Okay, next we have is Miguel Gonzalez Nahira.
He came in on 2 bench warrants. He received a total bond of $3,000, and this case was later on added later.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Spanish, please.
Sir, you were arrested for leaving the scene of a crash causing a death.
Señor, está acusado de haber abandonado la escena de un accidente habiendo causado una muerte.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Le voy a nombrar al abogado de oficio que lo va a representar.
So it's a hit and run accident.
Fue un accidente donde dio un golpe y se dio a la fuga.
That's where the victim died.
Y ahí es cuando murió la víctima.
So he struck the victim and vaulted him onto the roadway, and he doesn't have a driver's license.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the first portion, Your Honor?
There's video that shows Mr. Gonzalez Nahira struck the victim and vaulted him onto the roadway.
Hay unas imágenes de vídeo donde el señor le dio un golpe a la víctima que salió disparada en la calle o en la carretera.
Mr. Gonzalez Nahira does not have a valid driver's license and came in for 2 bench warrants, had 2 open bench warrants for failure to appear for no valid driver's license.
El señor González Tejera se encontró que no tenía la licencia de manejar. Tenía 2 órdenes de busca y captura por acusaciones de no tener licencia válida.
Sir, I am entering a no drive order. You are not allowed to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license.
Señor, estoy firmando una orden judicial de no conducción. Quiere decir, usted no puede manejar un vehículo si no tiene licencia de manejar.
State what bond are you seeking? It's leaving the scene of a crash causing a death.
Vamos a ver qué es lo que contempla la fiscalía en cuanto a cuestión de fianza.
That's a first degree felony.
Es un delito grave de primer grado por un choque causando una muerte.
I suppose there isn't a standard bond for this.
There is, it's 15,000. I think an increased bond is warranted, given that he shouldn't have been driving, had 2 outstanding bench warrants. I'll set the bond at $30,000.
Me imagino que la fianza estándar de $15,000, dice la fiscalía. Su señoría añade, creo que debería ser una fianza aumentada, dando el hecho que iba manejando también sin licencia. Es apropiado aumentárselo. La fianza va a quedar en $30,000.
Good day, sir.
Que tenga buen día, señor.
Count 2.
Oh, so that was just 1.
Un momento, de cargo número 2. Pensé que solo había un cargo.
License. Driving without a license causing death.
El segundo cargo es manejar sin licencia causando una muerte.
That will be $5,000.
Ese cargo es $5,000 de fianza.
Next, we have Klein Séjour, page 6. All right, this is Mr. Klein Sejour. So you were arrested for burglary to an unoccupied dwelling, criminal mischief over $1,000, resisting an officer without violence, 2 counts of trespass to a structure or conveyance after warning. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So let me review for probable cause. Okay, let me see a second. Okay, so it keeps going back to this building, which, 1 second. Mm. 1 second. Is this the one by FIU? Yeah, it's like a dormitory for students who go to FIU. Sir, you're ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Charlotte Troles. No contact with her either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim or home, school, in the place of employment at all times. Stay away from 740 Southwest, what is that, 109th Avenue in Sweetwater, Florida. So you're not allowed to go there. You've been trespassed long before. So I guess there's one trespass for going into her apartment. No, for going into the pool area. Her apartment's the burglary. You ransacked the apartment, damaged the TV and doors. Caused $2,000 in damages. Count 1, burglary to the unoccupied dwelling is $7,500. Count 2, criminal mischief is $2,500. Count 3, resisting an officer without violence is $500. We'll have to figure out what the 2 trespasses are. One is a pool area, or is that?
I believe, yeah, one of them is the pool building, but the second one, I think the officer gave it for the original unit. It is for the original unit because he had been specifically trespassed against that unit in the past. I think is why the officer did it, not that it's correct. I think it is part of the burglary.
Okay, you want $1 on that or no?
That's fine.
All right, so count 4 is $500 and count 5 is $1. Is that right? There's 1, 2, 3, or there 4 or 5 counts? 4?
5 counts.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. And stay away from that, the building where the incident occurred. What's it called? The one building. Stay away from the one building at 740 Southwest 109th Avenue in Sweetwater, Florida.
Judge, Mr. Sejor indicates he has enough money for a $5,000 bond total. So we would be able to modify the bond to be something he could meet.
I can't lower count 1. I'm not going to. It's a burglary and he damaged a lady's place. I can't. I don't know. State, do you have an objection if I lower count 1?
No, Judge.
Okay. Count 1 burglary will be $5,000. Count 2, I'm leaving it at 2,500 though. 3 is 500, 4 is 500. 5, I'll just do an ROR. So the total bond is 8,500. Maybe somebody will loan him some money, but I can't lower it any further. Okay, next we have Yusnio Gonzalez Godoy.
NBC, Your Honor.
So, Ms. Corey, do you want to waive presence or no?
Yes, Judge, we can waive his presence.
There's probable cause for the charge. Going to public defender's office, waive presence, $2,500 bond. Next is Thomas Williams.
NBC.
We can waive his presence.
Appoint the public defender's office to waive presence. There's probable cause for the charge, $2,500 bond. Is there anything else before the court, or we have one more or no? All done?
That's it.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
Have a good one, Judge.
Have a good one. Thank you, Mr. Whitfield.
Very good. So you are eligible for a public defender. Make sure you're still reaching out to them to make sure that they're still looking for you, and that if you get somebody appointed, you find out right away. Because the mail can take over a week sometimes from when it's sent to when it's received, okay? So just make sure you're staying in touch with them. I'll find probable cause in the new complaint. It looks like IAs were held on the earlier cases. What are these state's recommendations as to bail?
Commissioner, beginning with the newest case, 25 CF 984, the state is recommending $3,500 cash bail with conditions that the defendant not operate a motor vehicle, that he not use or possess any controlled substance or drug paraphernalia without a valid prescription. This is now the defendant's third open case. And the fleeing behavior alleged in this case is extensive, going from a complete stop to speeding out of the parking lot, barely missing a couple of squad cars, and then driving through traffic with 4 flat tires until ultimately the vehicle crashed. The defendant is then accused of fleeing on foot, jumping over fences to avoid arrest. From that behavior alone, it's clear that significant cash bail is needed to ensure the defendant's future appearance. That comes on top of failed appearances in the other 2 cases that we're here for bail hearings today. The bench warrants in those 2 cases were issued on December 3rd of last year. So it's not a situation where someone misses court and then is picked up for being pulled over in traffic and they come back and it might not be an issue. The defendant clearly knew that he had missed court and that he was wanted and decided to flee rather than turn himself in or just give up to the officers. So in then 24 CF 1168. The court originally ordered $1,000 cash bond. I would ask the court to order an additional $1,000 cash bond. Clearly what was ordered was not sufficient to ensure appearance or deter future criminal behavior or protect the public for that matter, given the fleeing behavior in the new case. I would ask the same conditions remain in place. And then in 24 CF 1283, the court initially ordered $500 cash bail. I would ask the court to impose an additional $500 cash bail. I think all the same factors apply to the 2 cases as far as risk of appearance. The only thing that's different is the severity of the cases, so I'm adjusting the cash bail recommendations according to that. In 24 CF 1283, I'd also ask for the conditions set by the court to remain.
Okay. Attorney Woodard?
Thank you, Your Honor. Our recommendation for bail is, Mr. Rattel does have a PO hold and may be facing a revocation. At this point, I'm just going to be asking for a reasonable amount of cash bail. A reasonable amount for us would be in regards to the older cases, we're going to add $500 for each. I know the state recommended 1,000 on one of the older cases. We're asking for $500 for each and $500 new for the latest case of 25 CF 984.
Very good. Any response from the state? Okay. So I agree with the state. The behavior that's alleged is seriously dangerous, not only to you, Mr. Rattel, but to the people on the roadway, to the police who are chasing you. They don't know if you're armed or not. If something like that happens where somebody gets shot, that's a danger to the community because of the public outcry. The public doesn't always understand that the situation officers get put in. It's better to just man up and face the music than to run away from it. So I'll order the $3,500 in cash on 25 CF 984, the condition that you not operate a motor vehicle and that you not use or possess any controlled substances or possess any drug paraphernalia without a valid prescription. And then I'll order the additional 1,000 cash in 24 CF 1168. Those conditions will remain the same. Would you like me to read those conditions? Sure. Okay, so for 24 CF 116A, your conditions are that you're to not threaten or direct any acts of physical violence towards Tatiana R. That you shall not possess any type of dangerous weapon as defined by statute. And then in 24 CF 1283, I'll increase the cash by $500. And would you like me to read the conditions in that case? The conditions in that case are that you shall not use or possess any controlled substances or drug paraphernalia without a valid prescription. And it looks like that's the only condition. And I'll enter not guilty pleas on your behalf to the misdemeanor. And in regards to the time limits for the prelim on the felonies.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will not waive.
Okay, we will keep the time limits on that case. I believe that covers everything. Let's see. So we have an address for you on Eastwood. Is that where you'd like to receive your mail or given what I ruled today with the jailmate? Okay, so we'll get your address changed to the jail and then we are adjourned. Thank you. I wish you the best.
Next up is Michael Barnett.
Barnett. Paper Dylan.
This is the state of Wisconsin versus Michael Barnett, 25 CM 922. Can I have appearances, please?
Lizama for the state of Wisconsin.
Attorney Stan Wood would like to finish out training on behalf of Mr. Barnett, who appears in person. And who at this time has indicated to our office he does not want a public defender, which is his right. I am a public defender. My comment to you is you want me to represent for today's purposes. And what's okay. I'll represent Mr. Barnett for today's purposes. You have a copy of the complaint. I waive reading that complaint. The two counts in this complaint that are misdemeanors. On a finding of probable cause by the court, we stand mute, ask clerk to enter pleas of not guilty.
Very good. There was a PSA filed recommending a signature bond and pretrial supervision. Mr. Barnett, I'm going to offer you the contact information for the public defender. If you change your mind, then you'll be able to reach out and you'll at least have that information. I think for a lot of people, it helps to have a public defender just because of their experience and. I do. Okay, so then give them a call and let them know your situation. And they'll be able to determine if you're eligible or not. If they say you're not eligible, then you should contact the clerk of court's office. Because you may be able to get county representation, but you first have to have that determination from the state public defender, all right?
And Attorney Woodard, do you have an address for your client?
Address we have.
We have an
615 East Washington. In Madison.
I find probable cause in the complaint one of the state's recommendations for bail.
State is requesting a signature bond with conditions that the defendant be banned from the 1900 block of Londonderry Drive. That he not consume or possess any alcohol, and that he have no contact with ESM or SSM.
That's S as in Sam, and then X as in Xavier, and X as in Xavier.
I'm sorry, so two sets of initials, E as in elephant, S as in Sam, M as in Mike. And then the second set, S as in Sam, S as in Sam, M as in Mike. I apologize, I'm getting over a cold, so.
Oh, no worries, those are tough letters. Attorney Woodard?
Thank you, Your Honor. Advise the court. Moment, please, okay. I can advise the court that Mr. Barnett, I've advised him of the ESM as well as the SSM. He has no objection to having no contact with them, number one. Number two, we have no objection to a signature bond.
Okay, so I will order the signature bond with the three conditions as recommended by the state. Would you like me to repeat those? No, sir. Do you have any questions about what that means? No, sir. Okay. Do you want me to explain what no contact means? No. Okay. I will enter not guilty pleas on your behalf. Given my ruling, do you want to keep your address that you gave to our clerk earlier? Yes. Okay, we'll keep that address for you then. And we are adjourned. Thank you.
I'm sorry, sure you didn't hear, did you order the address, man?
Yep,
Okay,
the
thank you.
1900 block of Londonderry.
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 Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yep.
Next up is Keith Freeman.
I didn't mean to say that. The letters were hard for you, they're hard to pronounce, and my hearing isn't good. That's right. Or what's your name? Keith from. Thank you. This is the state of Wisconsin versus Keith Freeman, 21 CF 134. Can I have appearances, please?
Lizama from the state of Wisconsin.
Mr. Freeman appears in person in the council stand in order to the public defender's office. I can advise the court that at this time, I do not see information that would allow whether or not Mr. I'm sure I get the way. I can advise the court that Mr. Freeman is eligible for a public defender. I can further advise the court that you have a copy of the complaint or wait reading of that complaint. In regards to the matters contained therein, there are felony matters contained therein. And there are, I believe they are all felony matters, based upon these felony matters from finding probable cause by the court. We be requesting preliminary hearing.
Very good. And you said Mr. Freeman is eligible?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
Okay, make sure you're reaching out to the public defender's office here. Just make sure they're still looking for you to get somebody appointed. Sometimes what'll happen is you're eligible, but an attorney doesn't accept that appointment for a while. So just make sure you're staying in contact with the public defender's office. I find probable cause in the complaint. What are the state's recommendations for bail?
State is requesting $10,000 cash bail with conditions that the defendant not possess or handle any credit or debit cards not in his own name. That he have no contact, I'm sorry, a better way to phrase that is that he be banned from all Kohl's stores and CVS pharmacy stores.
So 10,000 and a ban from Kohl's and CVS.
Yes, and to not possess or handle any credit or debit cards not in his own name.
Okay.
And I recognize that this case is older. The reason for that actually goes along with the state's concern and reason for cash bail. When this case was initially charged, the defendant, well, we were not sure right away, but ultimately found out after he failed to appear here for initial appearance that he was in custody in Texas. We could not get transport approved from the facility where he was to here. There was a warrant put out for adjacent states. And then at some point, we discovered that the defendant was in custody in Cook County, Illinois, on various, I believe he was actually picked up for these charges in Illinois. And so ultimately that he was extradited here. And that's how we end up here 4 years later. So the state's not aware of any ties that he has to Wisconsin. There's concern that given the time that he has been out on the warrant here and not even in an adjacent state, that he will not appear for court without significant cash bail on the line. So even given the age of the case, I mean, they are felonies, they are serious, could potentially carry a prison sentence. And given the circumstances, I believe a significant amount of cash is appropriate. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Attorney Woodard?
Thank you, Judge. Judge, this is a little bit different situation than what it appears on its face. Mr. Freeman, is being charged with a crime on July 12th of 2019. Whether or not he knew about that or not, it's my understanding that there was no information about that initially. He was in Texas, where he was arrested on some matters there and served 2 years there. He was recently,
August 2022.
August of 2022, he was released and he came back to Chicago. Came back to Chicago. He has a fiance. She called me today. I talked to her. The point of the matter is, he was not aware that there was an outstanding warrant for him for here in Madison or in Wisconsin. He didn't know about that. He's working, taking care of himself, and as a result, they got stopped on a so-called traffic matter. He has stopped using drugs. He has stopped doing all the things that got him into trouble in the past. And he's looking to get married with this lady who also works. And he has 2 jobs that he was working in Chicago when the stop came, completely unaware of what was going on. So in light of that, and he wants to take care of it. You know, this has been some time ago, what, 5, almost 6 years? And he wants to take care of this. He's changed his life in terms of what he's doing, how he's handling himself. As I said, he's been working over 2 years. His wife works, and she seems to be a very nice lady. He's on the phone. The point of the matter is, he's got his life going in a whole different direction, going up instead of going down. So in light of that, and the light he wants to take care of this matter, that a signature bond will be fine. In no way was he trying to run away from this case. He didn't know about it. And so because of that, I think it's fair, and this is an older case, that to not put him in jail or raise bail to a high amount, raise bail at all. I respectfully request on his behalf a signature bond, Your Honor. And I'm sure that he will come back to court because he wants to take care of this.
Attorney Woodard, you said wife, but I believe it's fiance, correct? Okay.
Just said wife.
I just wanted to make sure I was
You're right.
understanding.
I meant to say wife to be.
Well, this is an old case, but I think some cash is required. There's 8 felonies listed here. It's a long time for people to be out of their money and wondering what's going on. I'm happy to hear you have changed your life, at least according to what your attorney has told me. But I do also have concerns that there aren't really any ties to Dane County and this community. So I think $2,000 cash is an appropriate amount. I will order that you are banned from any Kohl's or CVS stores. Are you going to be able to comply with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that you not possess any financial transaction cards not in your name. So if you got a credit card, it's got to have your name right on the front. It's a joint account, it's got to have your name on the card. In regards to the time limits, will we keep those or waive them?
I believe that his family will be able to come up with the 2,000. I'm going to waive time limits in that regard, so he can get himself back together and then come to court.
Okay, so we'll waive time limits. So we have a mailing address for you on McBreen in Robbins.
That's the old address.
Okay, what's your new address?
2314 East 103rd Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60617.
Is there an apartment number?
No, it's a house.
Thank you.
Okay. And I believe that's all I can do for the parties today. So we are adjourned. Thank you. Wish you the best.
This way.
Thank you. Next up will be Zachary Showers via Zoom. Commissioner, I was a bit advised by Fatal People more that each of ours is unwilling to participate or cooperate. Or cooperate, is not willing to cooperate. Okay. Can I bother you for a glass of water, please? Yes. Thank you. So this is 25 CM 649 and 25 FO 672, the state of Wisconsin versus Zachary Showers. Can I have appearances, please?
Howard Zettel for the state of Wisconsin.
Attorney Stan Woodard with the Public Defender's Office. I can advise the court that at this time, it's indicated here, he does not want a public defender. In light of the fact he does not want a public defender, I'm going to remove myself at this time from this case, Your Honor, and the court wants you to do otherwise.
Very good. I see somebody appearing by Zoom with the display name of Bailiff Gilmore. Can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Commissioner, this is Bailiff Gilmore. I spoke with Zachary Showers. He said he's not willing to participate in today's hearing.
Okay. How would the state like to proceed?
Well, Your Honor, I think the only option for the forfeiture case is center, not guilty plea, since we haven't heard from Mr. Showers. As to 25 CM 649, I'm going to ask the court for $500 cash bail, with the same conditions that were ordered at initial appearance. I recognize that we're in sort of an unusual position since the newer case was charged out as a forfeiture. However, there's the defendant was under bail conditions, and he had police contact, probable cause for a crime, or not probable cause, excuse me. Crimes were referred up to the DA's office. We ultimately charged him with a ticket. However, I feel that's enough for the court to raise bail in the misdemeanor case. I can share with the court the victim in that case has significant safety concerns. She is very concerned about the defendant being out on a signature bond without significant cash bail. She's very frightened. Wants the court to know that she feels like the defendant is targeting her and is just worried about what will happen if he remains out in the community. I'll note for the court, I don't know that the defendant has ever appeared for court when he's been out of custody. He's had bond warrants, I count 5 in 2020, 3 in 2022, 1 in 2023, and 1 in 2024. And I know because I have been the prosecutor assigned to a number of his cases that he often just sits in the Dane County jail, refusing to participate until he has essentially the maximum time served on the case, and then pleads out for time served. I think on a signature bond, we will absolutely see Mr. Showers back with a new case. He will not appear for court voluntarily. I think the court has ample basis to impose cash bail at this point. His refusal to participate, even when he's here in the Dane County Jail, I think indicates how seriously he takes the proceedings. So that's my request to the court.
Yeah, and I'm in receipt of the pretrial services violation report from April 11th. It notes major violation. The GPS was dead on 3 different days for a number of hours each time, except the last time. That last time was less than an hour. I'll find that Mr. Showers waived his appearance. He had noticed the hearing today. He's in custody. Bailiffs attempted to secure his appearance. He chose not to show up. I think the additional cash is appropriate given, the victim's concerns, the violations that have occurred, and getting picked up on a new law violation, even if it's not criminal, it's being charged out as a forfeiture. I'll order the $500 cash as recommended by the state. All other conditions of the bond will remain in effect.
And Commissioner, I see that he was previously on pretrial services. It looks like he's currently in custody on a probation hold. Do you wish to continue the imposition of the pretrial services?
State's position?
Given the concerns by the victim, and the fact that pretrial services was imposed to enforce a ban, and since we don't know how the probation hold ultimately is going to shake out, I would ask the court to keep the pretrial services going if and when it's out of custody.
Okay, so we will modify the order if we'll cancel pretrial services now since he's in custody. But if Mr. Showers is released, he's to report to pretrial services immediately after his release. He's not to be released unless the pretrial services is open and he can report with enough time to get set up with a GPS monitor. Anything else?
No, I believe that's it. The not guilty plea on the forfeiture and have that track along.
Yeah, well, I'll enter a not guilty plea. The forfeiture will track along with the 25 CM 649 case. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Commissioner, how much cash did you say was it?
500.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next up is Nicholas Humphries. Forfeiture. Humphries. Work right here, no.
This is Dane County versus Nicholas Humphries, 25 FO 674. May I have appearances, please?
Lizama for the county.
And are you Mr. Humphries? Good afternoon. So your case is charged out as a forfeiture. What that means is I expect there will be an offer to resolve your case today from the state. Whether you decide to resolve your case today or not, you'll be unconditionally released from custody for this case. However, if you have other cases that could affect your release, is there an offer to resolve?
The county will resolve the court files.
That'd be 114.50 for this case.
Okay. So, so what that means is, if you enter a plea of no contest or guilty, you'd be assessed a fine in the amount of $114.50. However, you have the right to contest the county's position. You could enter a not guilty plea, and we would set this case for further proceedings. So would you like to, you'd have 60 days to pay that $114. Would you like to resolve your case today for that amount?
I'm no guilty.
Not guilty? Yeah. Okay, so we'll enter a not guilty plea on your behalf. We'll set this case for further proceedings. And you'll be released, like I said, because this is not a criminal case now. Do you have any questions for me?
I didn't know I was gonna go today originally, and then when I had a meeting with an attorney early today, and then when I got back, they said that my felony charge was dropped. So that was just dropped, I think, and then so I called my parents, and one of them came here to pay the bail amount that was set then. And I think she here been here for a little while now. I think she paid it, but and then I got told that I'm here to pay for this.
Yeah, so that amount that was paid would be returned to, you said the amount? Yeah. That would be returned to her. You won't be held on this case because it's a forfeiture. It's fine. It's not a criminal case. I should also let you know that the trial will be to a judge unless court receives at least 10 days before the trial written notice of a request for a jury trial and a $36 non-refundable fee. And I think I actually said that wrong. It's 10 days from today's date that money has to be received. And it's a 6-person jury trial. It's not a 12-person jury trial. So if you want jury trial, you need to pay that $36 and you need to make a written request to the court. Okay?
Okay, so what happens if I don't do the 36?
Then the trial will be to a judge.
Okay. Well, I don't know which one I should do it.
Okay, well, you have 10 days to decide. Otherwise that right is forever waiting, okay?
Okay.
So please make that decision and get that written request in along with the $36. So we have an address for you on Hackberry. Is that still a good spot for you to receive your mail?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe that's all.
Well, I'm here for college right now, but my parents need it. That one's.
Okay, so is that where you want to receive your mail? In Germantown?
Yeah.
Okay, so just make sure you're staying in contact with your parents. Your address changes, you want to receive your mail somewhere else, just write the court and we can get it changed, okay?
Okay.
All right, because you don't want to miss a hearing, because not good things happen when people miss hearings, all right?
Okay.
We good?
Things to do, when's the hearing date?
You'll get notice of it, I believe, in the mail.
You'll receive the date just in the next room.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
Then we are adjourned. Thanks.
Next up is Francisco England.
I'm sure because there's no bond being signed.
I print out the notice.
Oh, okay.
I would schedule them for just a little over a month out.
I'm sorry, sir, what's your name? Okay. How do you spell that?
FRANCESCO.
Last name is Anglin.
Oh, I see. This is the state of Wisconsin versus Francesco Anglin, 25 CF 987. Can I have appearances, please?
Lizama, Wisconsin.
Mr. England appears in person with counsel Sam Woodard of the Public Defender's Office. He is eligible for a public defender. I do have a copy of the complaint. I waive reading of this complaint. It's a 1-count matter that is a felony matter on finding a probable cause by the court. We'd be requesting preliminary hearing.
Very good. So you're eligible for a public defender. What you should do is make sure you're reaching out to them every couple of weeks. To make sure that if somebody's appointed, you know about it right away. And to make sure they're still looking for somebody to accept the appointment to your case, okay? So just because you're eligible, an attorney has to accept that appointment, yeah. So there's another step before you have an attorney, okay? I find probable cause in the complaint. What are the state's recommendations as to bail?
State is recommending $500 cash bail with permission of the defendant not possess any dangerous weapons as defined by Wisconsin statute. In this case, the defendant was pulled over for an expired temporary license plate. Law enforcement was able to smell marijuana from the car. As soon as they approached it, a search yielded a ghost gun in the glove box. The defendant allegedly made claims that it was his girlfriend's, but it was clear upon contacting her that she didn't know enough about guns. It didn't make sense that it was hers, and she ultimately admitted that the defendant had the gun in his waistband and told her to stash it or hide it in the glove box as law enforcement was approaching. The defendant, of course, has prior conviction. He has a prior underlying felony convictions and then one prior conviction for possession of a firearm by a felon from 2018. So this is not the first time. This is not a mistake or someone wasn't aware that they weren't allowed to have guns. They can get danger to the public anytime. Someone who's disqualified from having guns has one, certainly a ghost gun that's especially concerning to the state. So some amount of cash bail is appropriate here. I think 500 is not a reasonable amount.
I will note a PSA was filed recommending a signature bond with pretrial supervision. Attorney Miller?
Yeah, we're asking for a signature bond also in this matter. Mr. Anglin cooperated fully with the police, when he was stopped. Is a question of whether or not it was just go quickly, Your Honor. It appears to me that this happened in 2018, or 2019, 2018 CF 1016, and June 27, 2019, I believe one was convicted of possession of a firearm. So that's almost been 6 months, 6 years ago. So. Your Honor, I'm just gonna ask for Mr. Anglin for a reasonable amount of cash bail, that being $350. And we are asking for a preliminary hearing.
Okay. And any response to the state? Okay. So I do think the $500 is a reasonable amount at this point. Given that there was a prior conviction for this same crime, I'll also note you're sitting on a federal hold. So whatever I ordered today, that hold would still exist. So I'll order the $500 in cash with the condition that you not possess any dangerous weapons, as that term is defined by statute. Do you want me to read that definition for you, or do you think you understand it well enough?
Definitely understand, so.
Okay. So it looks like you're going to keep your time limits as well. So we'll keep those time limits for your preliminary hearing in place. We have an address for you, sir, on Lake Point Drive. Do you like to keep that address or change your address somewhere else, given my ruling today?
Keep that.
Okay. Okay, so we'll keep that address for you, and then we are adjourned. Thank you.
Next up will be Kenneth Garrison, views Zoom.
It's a forfeiture.
Thank you. I'm also put on my bailiff, give him more of that. He does currently have a window cover and the flood.
Trying to flood.
That's maybe very loud.
This is Dane County versus Kenneth Garrison, 25 FO 671. Can I have appearances, please?
How's that off the county?
And are you Mr. Garrison?
Okay, I'm Mr. Garrison.
All right. So you've been charged with a forfeiture. Some people consider that to be good news because it's not a criminal law violation. I expect there to be an offer to resolve your case today. What that means is whether you decide to resolve your case today or not, you will be unconditionally released from custody for this case. However, if you have other cases, they could affect your release. Is there an offer to resolve?
County would resolve for court costs.
Unfortunately.
Okay. So the county has offered to resolve your case if you enter a no contest or guilty plea for a fine in the amount of $114.50. You have an absolute right to plead not guilty, and we can set this case for further proceedings. Otherwise, if you enter a no contest or guilty plea, I would enter a fine in the amount of $114.50. And you would have 60 days to pay that amount. Would you like to resolve your case today for that $114.50 amount?
Yes, sir, I would.
Okay, would you like to enter a no contest plea?
No, I would like to enter a guilty plea.
Okay, I will accept your guilty plea, and I will enter a guilty plea on your behalf. You have 60 days to pay the $114.50. So we have an address for you on Pinckney. Is that still a good spot for you to receive your mail?
Yes, it is, Commissioner.
Okay, then I'll adjudicate you guilty for this forfeiture, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
Next up will be Timothy Clark.
This is the state of Wisconsin versus Timothy Clark, 25 CF 988. Can I have appearances, please?
Highly settled for the state of Wisconsin.
Attorney Sam Woodard with Clark Attorney's Office attorney on behalf of Mr. Clark, who appeared in person. And advise Mr. Clark that our office has indicated that at this time he is not eligible for a public defender. But I will represent him for today's purposes, and he's free to contact our office again and find out what can be made if he needs an attorney. I will acknowledge on his behalf receipt of the complaint in regards to the matters contained in this complaint, Your Honor, and the felony matters are finding of probable cause. We'd be requesting a preliminary hearing.
Very good. So, Mr. Clark, what you should do is, since you're not eligible for a public defender, you take that determination to the clerk of court's office. They'll evaluate you to see if you're eligible for county representation. So the county might pay some of the court costs of having a public defender represent you. I find probable cause in the complaint. I'll note that there was a PSA file recommending a signature bond only. What are the state's recommendations for bail?
State's recommending $10,000 cash bail with conditions that the defendant not use or possess any dangerous weapons, or any controlled substance or drug paraphernalia without prescription. Here, the defendant is accused of selling crack and heroin multiple times earlier this year in controlled buys. Search warrant was executed and a gun was located. His property. The defendant at the time was on federal probation. There are a number of felony counts likely to end up in a prison sentence here at the state level, if not to be taken by federal authorities. So I think there's significant incentive to flee at these charges. I think $10,000 is not an unreasonable amount of bail in this case.
And I would note that I believe Mr. Clark is on a federal hold. Attorney Woodard?
You know, Mr. Clark, these matters here, having cocaine and other matters here, looks like cocaine did have a prior one. There's been no action against anybody, but these are against the law. Mr. Clark can't come up with $1,000. So the court would be so inclined, we'd be requesting $1,000 for cash.
Any response from the state?
No, thank you.
So I'm leaning towards agreeing with the state. The PSA notes that, and also the, Fed holds, makes this kind of clear that there are past convictions. Looks like there's past misdemeanor and felony convictions. But it also notes that there's no failure to appear in the past 2 years. There's no failure to appear, at least for, pretrial stands older than 2 years. So I think $7,500 in cash is reasonable. The condition that you not use or possess any dangerous weapons, as that term is defined by statute, and that you not use or possess any controlled substances or drug paraphernalia without a valid prescription. So we have an address for you on West Washington. Would you like to keep that address, or given my ruling, would you like it changed to the Dane County Jail in the meantime? And if you post, you can have that address changed again. 7,500. 7,500. Okay. So we'll leave your address, or we'll change your address to the Dane County Jail. And I believe Attorney Woodard, said keep the time limits for the prelim.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, we'll keep the time limits for the preliminary hearing, and then we are adjourned. Thank you. This way. Next up is Bill Hernandez Reyes. This is the state of Wisconsin versus Giselle Hernandez Reyes, 25 CF 993. I have appearances, please.
Alex Otto for the state of Wisconsin.
Commissioner Hernandez Reyes appears in person with counsel Stan Woodard of the Public Defender's Office, who's eligible for a public defender. I do have a copy of the complaint in this matter. Are we reading this complaint? The one. Your Honor, thank you. I do have a copy of the complaint. Wait, reading that complaint, Your Honor, it's a misdemeanor matter from finding probable cause by the court. We'd be requesting a preliminary hearing.
Very good. And you said Ms. Hernandez is eligible for a public defender?
Yes, she is, Your Honor.
So Ms. Hernandez, and is it Ms. Hernandez, Ms. Reyes, or Ms. Hernandez Reyes?
Ms. Hernandez Reyes.
Okay, make sure you're reaching out to the public defender's office every couple of weeks. Just make sure you're getting updates on where they're at for getting an attorney appointed to you.
Okay.
You are eligible, but sometimes it takes a while for an attorney to accept that appointment. So just do what you can to try to keep that process moving along. I will note that there was a PSA filed recommending a signature bond with pretrial supervision. I find probable cause in the complaint. What are the state's recommendations for bail?
State is recommending $5,000 cash bail with conditions that the defendant have no contact with MCO. That should be banned from the 2300 block High Ridge Trail. That she not possess any dangerous weapons as defined by statute. That she not consume or possess any controlled substance or drug paraphernalia without prescription.
I just want to make sure I got all of the recommendations. $5,000 cash, no contact with MCO, a ban from the 2300 block of High Ridge Trail, that the Ms. Hernandez Reyes not use or possess any dangerous weapons, and there was a fourth one, I believe.
No controlled substance or drug paraphernalia.
Okay, very good. You can continue.
Thank you. So the defendant in this case is accused of being a part of what you can call a drug rip for THC, where her partner used a pistol to strike the victim several times. The defendant is then accused of searching through the victim's apartment for additional things to take, and assisting in forcing him to return to her car before the victim was able to run, as law enforcement was arriving. This is an Act 3 case, and the nature of the crime is likely to result in significant incarceration, making cash bail appropriate both to ensure adherence and to protect the public. I will say to Ms. Hernandez-Reyes' credit, I don't believe that she has any prior cases, at least in Dane County, and so I don't see any misdemeanors.
Attorney Woodard?
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, it looks like that, from our position here is, she is charged obviously as party to the crime. What does that mean? In reality, that means that she was at home when the alleged other person, we're not gonna call him a co-defendant, the alleged other person allegedly committed this crime of robbery, as is laid out in the complaint. It wasn't until he came over to the house and knocked on the door, she let him in, and then there was some discussion that he had about what he was trying to do and why he was, I don't know what else was going to happen. Because of this type of situation, Your Honor, I think the recommendation that was made for signature bond is a fair one. She didn't participate in the actual alleged robbery in this manner. She wasn't in the car outside of when this occurred, so that they drove together away from what allegedly the co-defendant, or once again, I'm not gonna call it co-defendant, but you know, once this occurred, so she's got caught in a situation now, and it's very serious, and she knows that. But we're asking, in light of the situation that she found herself in, that signature bond would be suitable as recommended. Doesn't say anything in here that she took money and had money, and that he brought her the money and all that. Hid the money in her bedroom. I don't see any of that. So the fact of the matter is that's our recommendation for a signature bond now.
Okay, any response from the state?
No, thank you.
Well, the allegations in the petition make it seem like Ms. Hernandez-Reyes was an active participant in the robbery, even if she isn't the one who struck somebody. It's clear that at least according to the complaint, it's a petition before the complaint, that you know, she was searching through the apartment trying to find something, and it reads to me like Ms. Hernandez-Reyes may have been the one allegedly who set this, it's been called the drug rip-up. There's also a repeater enhancer, which concerns the court that, you know, a light touch may not be appropriate. State also notes we're in Act 3 territory, which gives the court a little bit more discretion in ordering cash. It's not just to ensure that Ms. Hernandez-Reyes appears. I think cash is appropriate, and I think an amount of $4,000 is also appropriate. I'll order the conditions that you have no contact with MCO. If you want to know who that is, you should ask your attorney, and they can provide a more full name. I'll also order that ban from the 2300 block of High Ridge Trail, and that you not use or possess any dangerous weapons, and that you not use or possess any controlled substances or drug paraphernalia without a valid prescription. Ma'am, we have an address for you on Union Street. Is that where you would like to receive your mail, or given my ruling today, should we change it somewhere else? Union Street. Keep it on Union Street? Okay, so we'll keep it there. And in regards to the time limits, will those be kept or waived?
Will not waive, Your Honor.
Wait, we will keep the time limits for the preliminary hearing in place, and we are adjourned. Thank you, I wish you the best.
Next up is Anna Reinhardt. Yeah. Here we go.
This is the state of Wisconsin versus Anna Reinhardt, 25 CF 994. Can I have appearances, please?
Yeah, this is up at the state of Wisconsin.
Attorney Sam Woodard with Public Defender's Office, appearing on behalf of Ms. Reinhardt, who appears in person, and she's eligible for a public defender. I do have a copy of the complaint. I waive reading of that complaint as it pertains to the misdemeanor matters contained therein, that is count 1 and count 2. Finding probable cause by the court, begin requesting a preliminary hearing. Count 3 is a misdemeanor matter. Finding probable cause by the court, we stand here as court general plea of not guilty.
Very good. Ms. Reinhardt, you're eligible for a public defender. Just make sure you're reaching out to them every couple of weeks so that you can check to see if an attorney has been appointed. That's kind of the next step in this process to get you an attorney. I find probable cause in the complaint. What are the state's recommendations for bail?
State is requesting $750 cash bail with conditions that the defendant have no contact with ZA or S as in Sam, Z as in zebra. Additionally, that you be banned from Sig's Treasure Chest on North Street, Madison. And that should be banned from the storage facility located at 11620 North Bristol Street in Sun Prairie. Additional, maybe the easiest way to say this actually is this should be banned from all storage unit or storage complex locations. So then maybe we don't need the specific address ban in Sun Prairie. Is the reason for the cash request. The defendant was out to earn a signature bond in a felony case and failed to comply with court orders. The bond in that case, that is case 25 CF 225 in Rock County. And so the signature bond clearly was not sufficient to deter additional criminal behavior. The defendant has demonstrated that she is not willing to comply with bond based on the promise to the court alone. The amount that was taken here is significant. It's $18,000 worth of collectibles and rare items. The case seems to be strong. She was not only found with burglary tools in her vehicle, but sold the items to a store. So I think the amount of cash invested by the state, it's not unreasonable, and I think it's appropriate given the signature bond has not been successful.
All right, I'll note there was no PSA filed. Attorney Woodard.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, Ms. Reinhardt is in a situation where she has no wherewithal to post bail, cash bail. She does have some family matters. Your second children. She got her children who are having some health issues that she's found to be very serious, and she wants to be with them. We're asking for a signature bond, realizing the nature of these charges, Your Honor, but she's got herself in a situation now where the only thing she can do is ask for the signature bond.
All right. A response from the state?
No, thank you.
All right. So I'll enter a not guilty plea as to count 3. Given the amount that was stolen and that one of the charges is a felony bail jumping, I'm a little concerned that a signature bond would be sufficient. States alleging that there was $18,000 worth of items stolen. So I do think the $750 is an appropriate amount given the alleged amount that was taken. And I will also order the no contact with ZA or SZ. A ban from Sig's treasure chest. And how do you spell Sig's?
SIG''S.
Okay. And I'll also order a ban from the 11620 North Bristol Street in Sun Prairie. I think the ban from all storage locations might be a little vague. So I'm not comfortable ordering that at this time. But certainly, Ms. Reinhardt, I don't want you to go somewhere where you may be tempted to not make the best choice. I would also note that the complaint alleges that the bail jumping violation stems from a burglary case. So part of the reason also why I'm ordering cash is the allegations are that there's a continuing pattern of behavior. And I hope we can interrupt that at this point. In regards to the felonies, will the time limits be kept or waived?
We'll keep time limits running.
Okay, so we will keep the time limits. Ms. Reinhardt, we have an address for you on Union Street. Would you like to keep that address? Should we change it to the Dane County Jail in the meantime or somewhere else?
I'm gonna get to Dane County Jail.
Okay, we'll change the address to the jail so we can make sure that you receive your mail. And we are adjourned. Motion pressed, man.
Next up will be Anisha Banks Carter, forfeiture.
Next up. LWOP.
Good afternoon. This is Dane County versus Anisha Banks Carter, 25F0670. Can I have appearances, please?
County settle for the county.
And are you Ms. Banks Carter?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I have what some might consider to be good news. The state has decided to charge this case as an ordinance violation instead of a criminal violation. I expect there will be an offer to resolve your case today. That means is whether you decide to enter a plea today or not, you will be unconditionally released from custody for this case. If you have other cases, they could affect your release. Is there an offer to resolve?
We would resolve for court class.
That'd be 11450.
Okay. So you have an absolute right to plead not guilty, and we can set this case for further proceedings, and you would be released today regardless of whether you want to enter a guilty or no contest plea or a not guilty plea. And if you choose to enter a guilty or no contest plea, I would assess you a fine in the amount of $114.50. That you have 60 days to pay that amount to the clerk of courts. I don't see that any cash was posted. So do you want to resolve your case today for the $114.50? Okay, so would you like me to enter a no contest and a guilty plea?
No contest.
Okay, so I accept your no contest plea and I'm sorry. Yes, I'll accept your no contest plea, adjudicate you guilty, and assess a fine in the amount of $114.50. And you, like I said, you have 60 days to pay. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay. And we have an address for you on Schlingen. Is that still a good spot for you to receive your mail?
Yes.
Okay. Then we are adjourned. Thank you. Right.
Well, man, they're beating up on me. I'm looking. My goodness gracious. Oh, man, play.
Thank you.
Bye. Very good.
Mansfield was next, Darnell. Mansfield? Big work, yellow.
This is the state of Wisconsin versus Darnell Mansfield, 25 CF 963. Can I have appearances, please?
Jack Frank for the state.
Mansfield appears in person and Wisconsin Stan Wood of the Public Defender's Office. Can advise the court he's eligible for a public defender. I do have a copy of the complaint. I waive reading of that complaint. As it pertains to misdemeanor matters contained in this complaint, I believe that's count 2 and count 3. On finding proper cause on the court, we stand mute. Ask clerk dinner, please, and not guilty. Count 1 is a felony matter. I'm finding proper cause by the court. Could be requesting a preliminary hearing.
Very good. I do not see that a PSA was filed. Mr. Mansfield, you're eligible for a public defender. What that means is they're just kind of waiting for a defense attorney to accept an appointment to your case. Make sure you're calling the public defender's office every couple of weeks just to check up on where that appointment is at until you have an attorney appointed, okay? I find probable cause in the complaint. What are the state's recommendations as to bail?
State is recommending $4,000 cash bond, non-monetary conditions to not operate a motor vehicle, to not consume or possess any alcohol, and to have no contact with MJH. As to the argument for cash, given that Mr. Mansfield is facing a presumptive prison sentence if he's convicted of OWI 7 offense, is the state's position that cash is necessary to ensure his future appearance. Additionally, his last OWI bond was set at $2,000 cash bond, and he's currently on extended supervision for his previous OWI.
Attorney Woodard?
One moment, Charlie. Thank you, Runner. Mr. Mansfield. It appears he's got a situation here. There's no question about it. And what I did notice is with all these charges that he's been convicted of, I've not seen that he missed court or tried to run away or in any way avoid going to court and taking care of these matters. He is currently under supervision. There's a PO hold on him. Those I understand it, the PO hold, according to Mr. Mansfield, is going to look for some treatment for him, as opposed to taking him back to quote unquote to prison. So Mr. Mansfield could probably do $500, Your Honor, at this stage of his life and what he's got himself into. And that's the most that he can come up with. I'm asking the court to accept that respectfully. Why? Well, he's going to be on supervision. They're going to be putting him in the treatment so that he can work on this situation. Might as well get a chance to do that. With all these other pending, these other case convictions that he's had, there's no sign of him leaving. He could have left on number 6. He could have left on number 5. As well as number 4. Normally those are pretty serious ones as you start with number 4. So we're asking for $500 signature bonus.
Any response?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll order $3,000 cash. The conditions that you not operate a motor vehicle, that you not consume any alcohol, that you have no contact with MJH. I want to try to encourage you to get treatment for whatever it is you may need treatment for. And I'm not saying you did what's alleged in the petition, but that's what I've got to go on at this point. It's not my job to determine if the petition is true or not. You know, these things, they tend to either go up or down, and treatment is never in a straight line usually, so there's gonna be bumps in the road. But I want you to take that treatment seriously. If it's some type of self-medicating, it's gonna be more than just about, you know, the addiction or the substance use, right? There's gonna be other stuff that goes along with it. So treatment can take a long time. Like I said, it's usually not linear. There's ups and downs. But you're important, and I want you to do that work, all right? I don't know if you have any kids or not, or if you have any family. But I know they want what's best for you. This community wants what's best for you, because you could play an important role in it, all right? Did I read off I did read the conditions, right?
You did, Your Honor.
I'll enter a not guilty plea as to counts 2 and 3 as to the time limits on, for the preliminary hearing on count 1.
We will not waive time limits, Your Honor.
Okay, we will keep those time limits in place. Sir, we have an address for you on State Farm Road. Given my ruling today, should we change your address to the Dane County Jail? Keep it on the State Farm Road or somewhere else? Okay, we'll get that changed in our system then. And we are adjourned. I wish you the best, all right?
Thanks, Mr. Next up is Algiers White.
White.
This is the state of Wisconsin versus Algiers White. This is the state of Wisconsin versus Algiers White Jr., 25 CF 990 and 25 CF 991. May I have appearances, please?
ADA Jackie Frank for the state.
Do you have his case number, excuse me, his misdemeanor number 25 CM, what was that, Your Honor?
25 CF 990 has 6 counts of misdemeanors, and then the last 2 counts are felonies. And I see 25 CF 991, which has a felony bail jumping, and then a contact after domestic abuse arrest, which is a misdemeanor.
This is a probable cause situation. Your Honor, I'm gonna have the account, I have the 2 complaints. The one complaint is felony bail jumping. I believe that's a 991 25 CF, if I got that correct.
Yes.
Thank you. In any event, the matters contained therein, the way the reading of that complaint, the felony matter, count 2 is a misdemeanor matter, from finding probable cause, we stand mute as correct and pleaded not guilty. Count 1 is a felony matter, from finding probable cause by the court, we'd be requesting the preliminary hearing. The other count is the 25 CM. I believe that's 990.
That is a CF case.
Okay.
The last 2 charges are felonies.
I
In the TV was mine anyways. I got it.
And I'm just gonna let you know that the hearing's recorded and anything you say could be used against you. Typically, any information you provide about the facts of the case aren't helpful at this stage of the proceedings. So if you have something you want to say, I encourage you to talk to your attorney first. And I'm not a finder of fact, so I'm just the commissioner. I don't determine if what's in the petition is true or not, or the complaint is true or not. So I can't address that part of the complaint with you today, all right?
There are eight accounts in this complaint, Your Honor. In regards to the misdemeanor matters contained in this complaint, the various counts that are misdemeanor matters from finding probable cause by the court, we stand mute as per plea. There is a felony matter contained in this complaint, at least one, count 8, I know is a felony matter. I believe that might be the sole felony matter as I review this. On finding probable cause by the court, we'd be requesting a preliminary hearing for each and all felony matters contained in this complaint, Your Honor.
All right, I would note count 7 and 8 are felonies. And I'm sorry if I missed it. Did you say Mr. White is eligible for a public defender?
He is, Your Honor.
Okay. So that's a possession of narcotic drugs. So Mr. White, I would encourage you to reach out to the public defender's office every couple of weeks, just to make sure they're working on getting an attorney to accept your appointment, all right? I find probable cause in the complaints. What are the state's recommendations as to bail?
25 CF 990, the state is recommending $5,000 cash bond. Non-monetary conditions of no contact with Mania J, that's MANIA. No contact with Dominique T, and a ban from Ruskin Street in Madison, that's RUSKIN. In 25 CF 990, the state is recommending $2,000 cash bond.
I'm sorry, wait, I thought you just did 990.
Excuse me, Commissioner, 991.
Okay. Please continue.
The state is recommending $2,000 cash bond in non-monetary conditions of no contact with Mania J. As to the argument for cash, Mr. White has open cases with Mania J where he's supposed to have no contact with her. He's clearly violating bond conditions by having contact with her. Additionally, these are crimes of violence, making them Act 3 eligible. It's the state's position that more cash is needed to ensure he complies with court orders and to protect the victim.
I will note that I do not see that there is a PSA filed in either case. And Attorney Frank, just to be clear, you said no contact with Mania J, is that correct? Yes. And then how do you spell Dominique?
Dominique is spelled DOMINIQUE.
And T as in Tyrannosaurus?
Correct.
Okay. And the Ruskin Street band, the entire street?
Yes.
Is it a short street?
That's my understanding, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Woodard?
Your Honor, Mr. White, is indigent, and meaning that in order to post cash bail, he does not have the wherewithal to post cash bail. So at this point, Your Honor, you will be appointed the public defender from our office. At this point, we're asking for a reasonable amount of cash bail. We're asking for $250 in each case for a $500 cash bail.
Okay. So what I'll do is in each case, I'll order $3,500 cash. I'm concerned about the no contacts with Mania J. We're in Act 3 territory. Anytime there's multiple cases with the same victim stacking up, that gives me a great deal of concern. In the 25 CF 990 case, I'll also order the no contact with Dominique T and a ban from Ruskin Street.
Question.
You can ask me if it's all right with your attorney, but I'm happy to answer it.
Go ahead. So the first time that I broke the no contact though, she came to my mother's house and I left. So I didn't, it ain't like I went the first time that I went to her house, she came to my mother's house.
Yep. So the way no contact work is that applies to you. So if she reaches out to you, you're not to respond. If you're out eating at a restaurant and she shows up, you're supposed to leave. Because that condition doesn't apply to her, all right? But I know that can seem a little bit unfair, but there's problems here from what I can see on paper. I don't know all the details, but there's problems here. Doesn't seem like it's in your interest to have any contact with her. And given the allegations, it seems like the inverse of that is true as well. So sometimes people there's problems. And I think you would be saving yourself a lot of time if you just don't have contact with her. I'll enter not guilty pleas on your behalf as to the misdemeanors. Time limits for the felonies, will we keep the time limits for the preliminary hearing or waive?
Keep them, Your Honor, so request.
Okay, so we will keep those time limits in place. And sir, we have an address for you on at Bird Street. Would you like to keep that address or should we change it somewhere else? Give me one today.
Yes, Bird Street.
Okay, we'll keep that address for you then. You can expect to receive your mail there. And we are adjourned. Thank you.
Right this way. I don't understand. Next up is Jonathan Brazil.
Brazil? Jonathan? Paperwork yellow.
This is the state of Wisconsin versus Jonathan Brazil, 25 CF 992. Can I have appearances, please?
ADA Jackie Frank for the state.
Attorney Stan Woodard, with the Public Defender's Office, here on behalf of Mr. Brazil, and who's eligible for a public defender. I do have copies of two complaints, Your Honor. And the one complaint is 25 CF 992.
Correct. I think I missed one. We're also on the record in 25 CM 926. Thank you for the correction.
Thank you. I have copies of both complaints, Your Honor, just so the court is aware. In regards to 25 CM 926, in regards to this complaint, Your Honor, it appears that misdemeanor matters contained in this case upon the way reading the complaint from the finding of probable cause by the court, we stand mute. That's court general pleas of not guilty. In the 25 CF 992, in regards to that matter, as it pertains to Mr. Brazil, matters contained therein are felony matters. And upon a finding of felony matters as in regards to count 1, 2, 3, and 4. When applying the probable cause by the court, we'd be requesting a preliminary hearing. Count 5 in regards to Mr. Brazil is a misdemeanor matter, hit and run. When applying the probable cause by the court, we stand mute, ask court to enter a plea, not guilty.
Very good. So you're eligible for a public defender, Mr. Brazil. So reach out to the public defender's office every couple of weeks, just so you're sure that they're working on getting somebody appointed for you. And also if somebody's appointed, you'll figure it out faster than if they mail you something. Stay on top of your case so you can get this resolved, all right? Cases, excuse me. I will note there was a PSA filed in 25 CM 926 recommending a signature bond. I find probable cause of complaint. What are the state's recommendations as to bail?
In the misdemeanor matter, the state is recommending $200 cash bond, non-monetary conditions of no contact with Tatiana M. That's TATIANA, last initial M as in Mary, and a ban from the 4300 block of Melody Lane in Madison. I will note that Tatiana M has reached out to the district attorney's office and has stated that she wants contact with the defendant. As to the felony matter, the state is requesting $25,000 cash bond, non-monetary conditions to not operate a motor vehicle and to not consume or possess any alcohol.
Okay, that was $25,000, right?
Correct.
Okay, and no motor vehicle and no alcohol.
Alcohol.
Okay. And then I'm sorry I interrupted. Please continue.
Okay, Your Honor. As to the argument for cash, Mr. Brazil had fled law enforcement at incredibly high speeds. On West Broadway, he was weaving in and out of traffic, topping speeds at 90 to 95 mile per hour in the 35 mile per hour zone. This driving behavior continued onto US Highway 12 and ended when the defendant wrecked a car. It's the state's position that given this reckless driving behavior, given the fact that second-degree recklessly endangering safety is an Act 3 eligible offense, and that the defendant admitted to fleeing, cash bond is necessary in a high amount to ensure he appears for court.
Thank you. Okay, Woodard? No, just at all, sorry.
Mr. Brazil is in a situation, Your Honor, with these charges against him that he did not argue a lesser amount. He does not have the wherewithal to post cash bail. So we're asking for a reasonable amount of cash bail, Your Honor. An alternative, you would prefer a signature bond. I realize in light of these two cases that that's going to be probably an unlikelihood, but he wants to argue, he wants to request that to the court. He'll come to court, he won't miss court. He can do what he has to do. If the court wants to put him on pretrial services, he's going to go to pretrial services. You have any family? Yes, children. What is there? Kids there, everything's going to you. That's confusing. And child. So he's got two children. His mother's here. Your mother come from Navarro. Mother's is in Paso. Really Madison. Did she move here? Yes, well, she's been here. Okay. So he's got a mother that's been here for quite some time, Your Honor, or as he has said, she has been here. In light of that, Your Honor, that's the best we can do is request pretrial services for a signature line.
Okay, and what about the non-monetary conditions?
No objection.
Okay, so there's no objection to the no contact with Tatiana M or the 4300 block in Melody Lane.
I'm understanding this, what we're saying.
Okay, so the state's requested different conditions in both of your cases.
Yes, sir.
The 25 CF 992 case, the fleeing and eluding case, the state requested that you not operate a motor vehicle and that you not consume or possess any alcohol.
For sure.
Do you have any problems with those non-monetary conditions?
At all.
Okay, and then in the 25 CM 926 case, the state's requested that you have no contact with Tatiana M and that you're banned from the 4300 block of Melody Lane, which in our system is your mailing address. Do you have any objection to either of those conditions? Okay, so even though Tatiana says she wants contact, and despite her enforcing the 72-hour no contact, you're fine by order that you not have contact with her. Okay, so she reaches out to you. Can you talk back to her?
Yes.
No.
No. I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
No.
I just wanted to be clear.
Yes, sir.
State's position or response.
No response, Your Honor.
Okay,
I'm kidding. I'll leave that. I can't get
So I'm looking at, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he should know that he just ask him about clothing and stuff, in regards to the misdemeanor matter. And, you can advise him as to what he needs to do if he wishes to get some of the clothing back.
Yep.
At this point, I don't care what's clothes, I'll stay away from her, I'll stay away from clothes.
Well, eventually as this case goes on, you may need, summer clothes or whatever. So you can, there's ways to get your clothes out of there and not break the no contact. It's called preserving the peace. You want to reach out to the sheriff's office and say, hey, I have a no contact with this person, but my stuff is at their house. Can you help me preserve the peace?
Yes,
And they can go with you over there to help you get your stuff out. And then you can take it and move it wherever you need it to go, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm also going to ask you for a new mailing address, so if you can think about
I can do my mom's.
okay, we can do that right now then. What's your
3617 Footage Road,
I couldn't hear the first couple of numbers.
3617 Footage Road.
Is that in Madison?
Yes, sir.
Do you know the zip code?
I believe it's 53704.
Is there an apartment number?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the complaint in the CF case. There's an allegation there that you were driving 90 to 95 miles per hour in a 35 mile per hour zone. And there's also another allegation that your speed increased into up to 100 miles per hour in a 55 mile per hour zone. That's extremely dangerous. That's like driving a bullet. You have kids, you could have killed some of these kids. This is extremely concerning. What's alleged, especially if you're fleeing from police, that doesn't give me a lot of confidence that you'll avail yourself to this process. We're in Act 3 territory. I agree with the state, but I think the amount might be a bit much. I'll order $15,000 cash and 25 CF 992 with the condition that you not operate a motor vehicle and that you not use or possess any alcohol. And in 25 CM 926, I'll order $200 and the conditions that you have no contact with Tatiana M. And that you're banned from the 4300 block of Melody Lane. This is my order today. It's possible that you can file a bail modification order in the future and a different judicial officer might lower that amount. But it looks like you have a question.
There's no way. I'm also an expert house arrest at 18, to make sure I don't know what's going over and what we're anything.
Well, the problem with that is that there is going to be future court that I need to make sure you show up for. And given the type of dangerous behavior that's alleged that you took allegedly to escape interaction with the police, I'm very concerned about what other actions you might take in the future if it comes to missed court or things like that. So at this point, that's going to be my ruling. These hearings are recorded and I don't want to talk about the facts of the case with you. That's not something I get to decide at this point. All I have are the allegations in the petition. But the allegations are very concerning to me.
That will not waive time limit, just so you have that.
All right, we will not waive time limits and I'll enter not guilty pleas as to the misdemeanor counts. Do you have any questions for me or need an explanation about what I've done today?
I want to know what that means.
Well, what means? So the time limits is your time to have a preliminary hearing. Those time limits are going to be kept, which means it has to be held by a certain date. And the not guilty plea just preserves your right to a trial on the misdemeanor counts. I know this is a lot. You'll have time. Hopefully, like I said, reach out to the public defender's office. Your defense attorney will be able to give you advice as to any defenses or trial strategies if you wish to go that route. They can also try to negotiate an offer with the state. But that's not a process I'm involved in at this point. I don't know what's going to happen with that, okay? So we are adjourned. Thank you, sir.
Next up is Michael Slavery.
You know what?
This is the state of Wisconsin versus Michael Slattery, 24 CF 1922, 24 CF 2035, and 24 CF 2854. Can I have appearances, please?
ADA Jackie Frank for the state.
Attorney Sam Woodard with the Public Defender's Office advising the court that Mr. Flattery has indicated he wants to defend himself and respectfully indicated he doesn't want a public defender at this time. So I will remove myself in terms of staying away. When I mean staying away.
And Attorney Woodard, it looks like he has Nancy Moore on his 3 cases.
Not what we were. All right.
I would encourage you to avail yourself of Mr. Attorney Woodard's services. Yeah, he's skilled and he's an expert in this area. I can with you with that.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, well, here's the real deal, Holyfield, all right? He's eligible for a public defender. Number 2, I do have 3 complaints in this matter, Your Honor. One complaint is November 21st.
Attorney Woodard, all of these are a return on warrant.
Thank you. Okay, we've been through them all. So, at least they've been assigned all. So I do have, the misdemeanor theft, which was based on November 21st, 2024. So I don't have case numbers. I do have the disorderly conduct and other charges on August 10th, 2024. And I do have another third complaint, August 26th of 2024. That's a felony matter. So well, they're all are felony matters. So I have those to understand that this is a bail here.
Yeah, so just so we're all working off kind of the same posture, I see in 24 CF 1922, there was a missed pre-trial conference. In 24 CF 2035, there was a missed pre-trial conference by Mr. Slattery. And in 24 CF 2854, there was a missed pretrial conference. Actually, they strike that. I know it.
And Commissioner, it does look like the dates for those misses are April 24th.
That's correct.
I also see in the jail records that he was arrested on April 24th at 11:30 a.m. Looks like it might have been in the bailiff's office or by a bailiff.
Yep. And I should have said April 24th, not April 4th. Attorney Frank, just hold on one second.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Attorney Frank, what's the state's position?
Your Honor, due to Mr. Slattery not being able to appear for court because he was in custody, the state has no objection to reinstating his previous bond at this time.
Okay. Attorney Woodard?
All I can say is, this is the last case of the day. If we can keep it that way, and reinstate his bail, we'll be just happy, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Slattery, I'm fine reinstating your bail. Would you like me to read the conditions that you're under? So you're familiar with those, or do you have a copy of those conditions?
And he'll be getting another copy today.
I'll be able to go ahead, keep doing the same things that I Trump, but to show up record and stay away from certain people in certain areas. And get them, I'm supposed to get my apartment that day. I've been homeless for 10 years. I'm about to get my apartment that day.
All right. Well, I hope you still have access to that apartment. I will reinstate the bail as agreed to. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Thank you, God.
Make sure you get to your next court date, all right?
I will.
And you get a lot of credit for turning yourself in and doing the right thing, okay?
Oh, right. And, say what happened.
I don't know.
Somebody called because it's like, I was with the fire department.
Okay.
Somebody called and said I'm crazy.
Oh.
They were trying to slow me up. Court that day.
Well, hey, we're all a little bit crazy.
Oh, yeah. But this is good. I like that information. Good. Bless.
That's everybody for today.